I'm Brielle, 34, and my entire world revolves around my son Lucas, who just turned 8. I spent weeks planning his dinosaur birthday party, hoping this would be the year my family would show they cared. I sent handwritten invitations, created a prehistoric wonderland in our backyard, and watched Lucas's eyes sparkle with anticipation. But as the party time came and went, his smile faded with each glance at the empty driveway. When he asked Mommy, "Where's Grandma?" I felt my heart shatter into 1,000 pieces. Before I tell you what happened next, let me know where you're watching from in the comments below. If this story resonates with you, please subscribe and give this video a like. Trust me, what my mother did next will shock you. Being a single mother to Lucas has been the most challenging, yet rewarding experience of my life. Since his father walked out when I was 7 months pregnant, it's been just the two of us against the world. I'd always hoped my family would provide the additional support system Lucas deserved, but reality proved far different from my expectations. My relationship with my mother, Diane, has always been complicated. Growing up, I constantly lived in the shadow of my younger sister, Amanda. 3 years, my junior Amanda was the golden child who could do no wrong in my mother's eyes. She was the ballet dancer, the pageant winner, the straight-A student whose achievements dominated every family conversation. My accomplishments, by comparison, barely registered on my mother's radar. This pattern continued into adulthood and extended to our children. Amanda's daughter, Sophia, now 15, receives treatment akin to royalty from my mother. Christmas presents. Sophia gets designer clothes and the latest electronics, while Lucas gets clearance rack toys. Vacation time. My mother has taken Sophia to Disney World 3 times, but has never once offered to take Lucas. Despite this blatant favoritism, I've tried desperately to maintain family connections for Lucas's sake. I've swallowed my pride countless times attending every birthday party, dance recital, and school event for Sophia, while politely accepting the regular absences at Lucas's important moments. Sorry, we have. Plans became the standard response to our invitations, though social media would later reveal those plans were often nothing more important than shopping trips or casual lunches. Last Thanksgiving, Lucas made hand-crafted greeting cards for everyone. My mother glanced at his painstakingly created artwork and set it aside without comment, but proudly displayed Sophia's store-bought card on her refrigerator for months. I saw the confusion in Lucas's eyes, but I made excuses, telling him Grandma probably put his special card in her bedroom, where she could see it every morning. For Lucas's 8th birthday, I was determined to create something special. Dinosaurs had become his latest passion, inspired by a school field trip to the Natural History Museum. For weeks he talked about nothing else, devouring books on paleontology and creating elaborate drawings of prehistoric landscapes. His excitement was contagious, and I channeled it into planning the perfect celebration. Despite my modest teacher's salary, I saved for months to give him an unforgettable day. I transformed our backyard into a Jurassic wonderland, with a hand-painted volcano backdrop, dinosaur footprints leading from our front door, and fossil dig sites with hidden treasures. I baked and decorated a 3-tiered Stegosaurus cake and filled dinosaur egg piñatas with his favorite candies and small dinosaur figures. 3 weeks before the party, I sent personalized invitations to every family member. For my mother and Amanda, I included handwritten notes emphasizing how much Lucas was looking forward to seeing them. I received text confirmations from almost everyone, including my mother, who wrote, "Wouldn't miss it for the world, sweetheart." Lucas was over the moon with anticipation. Every night before bed, he would count down the days, updating me on new dinosaur facts he planned to share with his grandma and cousin. He even used his allowance money to buy Sophia a special bracelet with a tiny dinosaur charm, carefully wrapping it himself. Do you think Sophia will like it? He asked repeatedly, and I assured him she would treasure his thoughtful gift. The night before his birthday, Lucas could barely sleep. Tomorrow's going to be the best day ever, he whispered as I tucked him in. Looking at his hopeful face, I prayed that for once my family would show up not just in body, but in spirit. That for once they would see the amazing, loving boy I was blessed to call my son. The morning of Lucas's birthday dawned bright and clear, as if nature itself approved of our celebration plans. Lucas bounded into my bedroom at 6:30, already dressed in his special dinosaur shirt and khaki explorer shorts that he'd laid out the night before. His face was alight with excitement as he bounced on the edge of my bed. Mom, it's party day. Do you think Grandma remembered to bring her camera like she promised? I want to show her how I can name all 50 dinosaurs in my book now. I smiled at his enthusiasm while quelling my own nervous energy. I'm sure she did, buddy. Now how about some special birthday pancakes while we finish setting up? The next few hours flew by in a flurry of final preparations. I arranged platters of dinosaur-shaped sandwiches, set up the fossil dig area with buried treasures, and positioned the water balloon T-Rex target game. Lucas followed me around, adding his own touches to the decorations and practicing his dinosaur roars that he planned to teach the younger cousins. At 10:15, my phone pinged with a text from Amanda. My stomach tightened as I read it. Sophia got called for a last-minute audition for a commercial. Such an amazing opportunity we can't miss. So sorry, but we won't make it today. Lucas will understand it's important for her future. We'll make it up to him sometime. I took a deep breath before responding, Lucas will be really disappointed. The audition wasn't scheduled earlier. He's been talking about showing Sophia his dinosaur collection for weeks. Her reply came quickly. These things happen. Sophia needs to take every opportunity that comes her way. I'm sure a kid's party won't be that exciting anyway. We'll drop a gift next time we're in the neighborhood. I didn't show Lucas the message, instead assuring him when he asked that Amanda and Sophia were just running late. They'll be here soon, I said, hating the lie, but unwilling to break his heart before the party even started. As noon approached the designated party time, I found myself refreshing my phone constantly. Lucas had positioned himself by the front window dinosaur encyclopedia in hand, ready to greet the first arrivals. 12:15 came and went, with no guests and no messages. At 12:30, my mother finally texted, "Terrible migraine came on suddenly. Need to lie down in dark room. Can't drive. Sorry, tell Lucas happy birthday." No mention of her earlier promise. No offer to come later. Not even a phone call, so she could hear his voice on his special day. Just a brief, impersonal text. Over the next hour, the excuses rolled in from aunts, uncles, and cousins. Car trouble, unexpected work call, stomach bug. With each message, the knot in my stomach grew tighter. None of these people had bothered to call earlier. None offered alternative plans to celebrate. It was painfully clear that Lucas's birthday had been at the bottom of everyone's priority list. Lucas remained by the window, his initial excitement giving way to confused vigilance. Every passing car made him perk up, only to slump back down when it continued past our driveway. "Maybe they got lost, Mom," he suggested, after an hour of waiting. "Should I put more dinosaur footprints out front so they can find our house better?" I swallowed hard against the lump forming in my throat. "That's a great idea, buddy." I managed helping him place additional paper footprints along our walkway, buying time and preserving his hope a little longer. By 2 o'clock, the reality was unavoidable. No one was coming. The carefully arranged food sat untouched. The games remained unplayed. The little goodie bags lined up neatly by the door had no takers. Mom Lucas's voice was small as he turned from the window, his dinosaur book clutched tightly against his chest. "Did I do something wrong? Why doesn't anyone want to come to my party?" In that moment, I witnessed my child's first profound disappointment, the first crack in his belief that the world is inherently good and fair. I saw him struggling to understand a rejection that made no sense to his 8-year-old heart. He was fighting tears, trying so hard to be brave, and it took every ounce of my strength not to break down in front of him. "No, sweetheart," I said, kneeling to meet his eyes. "You didn't do anything wrong. Sometimes people make mistakes and miss out on amazing things. And today they're missing out on celebrating with the most awesome 8-year-old paleontologist in the world." I forced brightness into my voice. "You know what? This means more cake for us. And I bet we can beat all the records on those games since we've got them all to ourselves." Lucas nodded bravely, but the sparkle had left his eyes. We spent the afternoon playing the games I'd planned, taking turns, with the activities meant for groups. I exaggerated my dinosaur fear when he chased me with his T-Rex figure. I let him win at the fossil identification race. I sang "Happy Birthday" with enough enthusiasm for 20 people when he blew out his candles. But as the sun began to set, and we cleaned up the untouched decorations, I found him sitting quietly by the gift table, holding the small wrapped package he'd bought for Sophia. Tears were silently tracking down his cheeks. "She didn't even want her present," he whispered, not looking up. "Grandma didn't want to see my dinosaurs." That night, after an attempt at a cheerful birthday dinner at his favorite restaurant, Lucas fell asleep, clutching the unopened gift meant for his grandmother. I sat in the living room, surrounded by deflated dinosaur balloons and untouched party favors, finally allowing my own tears to fall. Something fundamental had shifted today, and I knew our family relationships would never be quite the same. The fallout from the birthday disaster wasn't immediately obvious, but within a week, the damage became unmistakable. Lucas's second-grade teacher, Mrs. Bennett, called me after school on Thursday, concern evident in her voice. "Brielle, I wanted to check in about Lucas. He's not been himself this week. During group activities, he's been hanging back, and at recess he's been playing alone, rather than with his usual friends. When I asked if everything was okay, he just shrugged and said, 'Sometimes people don't want to be around you, and that's okay.'" Her words felt like a punch to the gut. Lucas had always been social and enthusiastic in school. The thought of him withdrawing, internalizing the rejection he'd experienced, was heartbreaking. That night I noticed he'd left his beloved dinosaur books untouched on his shelf, opting instead for superhero comics. When I asked about the switch, he simply said, "Dinosaurs are for babies," though I'd catch him looking longingly at his paleontology poster when he thought I wasn't watching. The nightmares started soon after. I'd wake to his crying and find him tangled in his sheets, upset about dreams where he was alone in dark museums or forgotten in empty classrooms. When I tried to comfort him, he would ask questions that no parent is ever prepared to answer. Why doesn't Grandma love me as much as Sophia? Is it because I don't have a dad? Is that why nobody came? If I was better at sports or got all, as like Sophia, would they like me more? Each question tore at my heart. I tried reaching out to my family, starting with my mother. Her dismissive response left me seething. "You're being melodramatic, Brielle. It was just a birthday party. There will be others. Children need to learn disappointment early. It builds character." When I pointed out that Sophia had never experienced a similar character-building disappointment, she quickly changed the subject. "That's different. Sophia has her auditions and competitions. She faces rejection all the time." The conversation ended with her typical guilt trip: "I raised you better than to hold grudges. Family should always forgive." The final straw came when I was scrolling through social media that weekend and discovered photos posted during the exact hours of Lucas's party. There was my mother Amanda and Sophia, along with two aunts who had claimed previous engagements, all smiling at the mall food court. My mother was treating them to ice cream sundaes, captioning the photo "Saturday Fun with my favorite girls." The timestamp was 1:15, right when Lucas was still watching our driveway for arriving guests. When confronted, my mother was unapologetic. It was just a kids' party with dinosaurs and games. Sophia had her heart set on that new outfit for her audition photos. And you know how sensitive she gets if she's disappointed. Lucas is a boy. Boys bounce back easier. Something hardened within me at those words. The casual cruelty, the blatant favoritism, the complete disregard for my child's feelings, all packaged as normal family dynamics. I'd been making excuses for this behavior for years, normalizing what should never have been accepted. I scheduled an appointment with a child therapist the following Monday. Dr. Reynolds was warm but direct in her assessment after meeting with Lucas. Children are remarkably perceptive, Brielle. Lucas has picked up on the differential treatment from his extended family, and unfortunately, he's internalized it as a reflection of his own worth. At his developmental stage, he doesn't understand adult motivations or family dynamics. He just knows that something about him wasn't enough to bring people he loves to his special day. She leaned forward, her expression serious. The good news is that he has you a loving, attentive mother who sees his value. That's his anchor. But I would strongly recommend establishing clear boundaries with family members whose behavior undermines his sense of self-worth. Children this age can't do that for themselves. Over the next few weeks, I focused intensely on rebuilding Lucas's confidence. We joined a community dinosaur club where he met other children who shared his passion. I arranged playdates with classmates whose parents I'd gotten to know and trust. Slowly, I watched him begin to open up again, though a new cautiousness had entered his interactions. At home, we started talking more openly about family relationships. In age-appropriate ways, I explained that sometimes adults make poor choices that have nothing to do with the worth of the children in their lives. We discussed how we get to choose how much space people occupy in our hearts based on how they treat us. Most importantly, we talked about creating our own traditions that reflected our values. "We can make our own special family, just us," he asked one night as I tucked him in. "We already are a special family," I assured him, "and we can add people who truly care about us. Family isn't just about who you're related to. It's about who shows up." As I reflected on these conversations, I realized I was confronting patterns established long before Lucas was born. I'd spent my entire life accepting scraps of attention from my mother, making excuses for her behavior, desperately seeking approval that was consistently withheld. In trying to preserve family connections for Lucas, I'd exposed him to the same toxic dynamics that had shaped my own insecurities. The clarity was both painful and liberating. For the first time, I could see our family system clearly for what it was. And I knew that protecting Lucas might mean breaking cycles that had persisted for generations. Little did I know that my resolve would be tested sooner and more dramatically than I could have imagined. Tuesdays were usually our quiet days. Lucas had early dismissal from school, and we'd established a tradition of library visits followed by ice cream at the small shop around the corner. 3 weeks after the birthday disaster, we were following this routine, Lucas animatedly discussing the dinosaur book he'd just borrowed when my phone chimed with a notification. The message was from my mother, sent to the entire family group chat. My stomach tightened instinctively as I opened it, but nothing could have prepared me for what I read. An elaborately designed digital invitation filled my screen bordered with sparkling stars and featuring a professional photo of Sophia in an evening gown. Sweet 16 Yacht Party Extravaganza proclaimed the glittering text. Below the details of the harborside celebration, private yacht rental, and promised appearance by a minor pop star, Sophia adored was the kicker that made my jaw drop. This once-in-a-lifetime celebration comes with once-in-a-lifetime memories. Contribution, $1, $500 per person. Please Venmo to Diane by May 1st to secure your place on the guest list. Additional gifts welcome but not required. Below the invitation was a personal message from my mother. As you all know, our precious Sophia deserves only the best for this milestone birthday. Amanda and I have planned the perfect celebration, but we need everyone's contribution to make it happen. Brielle will also need you to help with setup on Friday and the photo backdrop assembly. Sophia specifically requested your artistic touch. Not a single word acknowledged Lucas's birthday. Not the slightest hint of an apology for their absence. Not even a token, sorry we missed it, tacked on to this outrageous demand. Just an expectation that I would not only pay this exorbitant amount, but also provide free labor for the celebration of the child who was consistently prioritized over my son. I stared at the phone, my hands shaking so badly that Lucas noticed despite his usual self-absorption with his new book. "Mom, are you okay? You look really weird." I forced a smile. "I'm fine, buddy. Just a surprising message." But I wasn't fine. I was experiencing a kaleidoscope of emotions, disbelief, at the audacity rage, at the injustice grief for my son, and beneath it all a familiar ache of rejection that I'd carried since childhood. The contrast was staggering. 3 weeks ago, my family couldn't spare 2 hours on a Saturday afternoon for a simple backyard party that had cost me hundreds of dollars I could barely afford. They couldn't bring themselves to show up for an 8-year-old's milestone celebration that meant the world to him. Yet now they expected me to contribute $1,500 plus gifts plus labor for an extravagant party that would cost tens of thousands in total. As Lucas happily ate his ice cream, I scrolled through the rapidly accumulating responses in the group chat. Aunts, uncles, cousins, all falling over themselves to confirm their participation. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Our princess deserves the best. Just sent the Venmo payment. Many of these were the same people who had claimed car troubles, illness, and work emergencies 3 weeks earlier. The same people who had never even sent Lucas a belated birthday card or called to wish him happy birthday. My phone chimed again with a private message from Amanda Mom. Says you haven't responded about Sophia's party yet. You know how she gets when people procrastinate on the planning. And remember, Sophia wants that backdrop to look like the one from that Netflix show she likes. You're still the artsy one in the family. The presumption took my breath away. Not will you help, but here's what you need to do. Not can you afford this, but pay up now. Not we're sorry we hurt Lucas, but prioritize Sophia immediately. I glanced at Lucas, who was now drawing dinosaur pictures with his finger on the table's condensation. 3 weeks ago, he had stood by our window, dressed in his special outfit, watching an empty driveway, his heart breaking a little more with each passing minute. I remembered the way his shoulders had slumped when he finally accepted no one was coming. The careful way he'd packed away the handmade gifts he'd created for each family member, including the cousin who apparently now deserved a $1,500 contribution to her birthday extravaganza. In that moment, something crystallized within me. This wasn't just about a missed birthday party anymore. This was about a pattern that would continue to wound my child throughout his life if I didn't take a stand now. This was about teaching him through my actions that he deserved respect, that his feelings mattered, that unconditional love shouldn't be constantly held out of reach. I looked at the invitation again at Sophia's smiling face, and the dollar amount that represented more than a month's worth of groceries for Lucas and me. I thought about all the times I'd swallowed my hurt, made excuses for inexcusable behavior, and taught Lucas by example to accept crumbs of affection from people who should have loved him abundantly. Mom Lucas's voice broke through my thoughts. "Can we go to the park before we go home? I want to practice my dinosaur presentation for science class." His resilience in the face of rejection, his ability to find joy despite disappointment, suddenly highlighted everything that was wrong with my family's dynamics. While my mother and sister cultivated entitlement in Sophia, Lucas was learning to lower his expectations and be grateful for whatever scraps of attention came his way. No more, I decided. The cycle ended now. That evening, after Lucas went to bed, I sat at our kitchen table with a cup of tea that grew cold as I contemplated my response to my mother's invitation. I wanted to be rational rather than reactive, to make a decision I could stand behind with conviction rather than regret in moments of weakness. I considered my options. I could ignore the invitation entirely, but that would likely trigger an avalanche of calls and messages demanding a response. I could make an excuse about financial hardship, but that would be met with pressure to find a way because family priorities matter. I could attend without paying, but that would subject Lucas and me to an event celebrating the blatant favoritism that had hurt him so deeply. None of these options address the fundamental issue: the complete disregard for Lucas's feelings and the expectation that this treatment was acceptable. After hours of reflection, I made my decision. I opened my Venmo app and sent my mother exactly $1 with a simple note: "Congratulations. Nothing more, nothing less." Not angry, not apologetic, not detailed. Just an acknowledgement that did not meet her expectations, much as her acknowledgement of Lucas's birthday had not met the basic standards of human decency. The symbolic gesture felt powerful, but I knew it wouldn't be enough. This wasn't just about one party or one slight. This was about establishing boundaries that would protect Lucas moving forward. The next morning, I called a locksmith and arranged to have our locks changed. The thought that my mother and sister had keys to our home suddenly felt invasive rather than convenient. While Lucas was at school, the locksmith replaced both the front and back door locks, providing me with a tangible sense of security I hadn't realized I was missing. That evening, I sat down with Lucas for a difficult but necessary conversation. "Remember how we talked about choosing our family based on how people treat us?" I began carefully. He nodded, folding his dinosaur paper into an origami creation as he listened. "Well, I've been thinking a lot about how Grandma and Aunt Amanda have been treating you, and treating me too. And I've decided that we need some time away from them to focus on people who make us feel good about ourselves." Lucas looked up, his small face serious. "Because they didn't come to my party." "Partly," I acknowledged. "But it's more than that. It's about making sure we spend our time with people who value us and show us respect. People who show up when they say they will. People who make us feel special, not less than." Like Tyler and his mom, Lucas asked, referring to his new friend from Dinosaur Club, whose mother had recently invited us for dinner. "Exactly like that," I confirmed. "So for a while, we're going to take a break from seeing Grandma and Aunt Amanda and Sophia. We might not go to Sophia's birthday party." Lucas considered this, his brow furrowed in thought. "Will Grandma be mad at us?" "She might be," I said honestly. "But sometimes adults need to set boundaries even when other people don't like them. It's like at school when Mrs. Bennett has rules for the classroom. The rules aren't to be mean. They're to make sure everyone is treated fairly and with respect." He nodded slowly. "So, we have rules for our family now." "Yes, I said, relieved at his understanding. Our rule is that we spend time with people who are kind and respectful to both of us. That night, I took the final step. I blocked my mother's number on my phone, followed by Amanda's and several other family members who had consistently participated in the toxic dynamic. I kept a detailed log of all communication leading up to this decision, saving screenshots of texts and emails just in case. The response was swift and predictable. Unable to reach me by phone, my mother sent emails with escalating urgency. Why aren't you answering your phone? We need to finalize Sophia's party details. Your behavior is extremely immature. Call me immediately. Amanda is in tears because of your selfishness. How could you do this to your sister? When I didn't respond to the emails, she enlisted mutual friends and neighbors to check on me with thinly veiled messages of concern that were clearly information-gathering missions. Your mother is worried about you, said our neighbor, Mrs. Garcia, when she knocked on our door. She thinks you might be going through something. Are you okay, dear? I thanked her for her concern, but assured her we were fine. Just establishing some new family boundaries, I explained politely but firmly. Amanda took a more direct approach, leaving a voicemail on my work phone that I hadn't thought to block. You think you're so special with your boundaries and your dramatic exit. Mom is devastated. Sophia is crying, and everyone is talking about how selfish you're being. This is her sweet 16, Brielle, the biggest day of her life. But of course, you'd try to ruin it because you've always been jealous of her. Well, guess what? This little tantrum of yours isn't going to work. Mom says she'll give you 3 more days to apologize and send the money before she takes action. The threat was vague but unsettling. What action could my mother possibly take, I soon found out. Messages arrived from extended family members and family friends, all with the same general theme. I was being selfish and cruel, breaking my mother's heart, jealous of my sister's happiness, and possibly unstable. A few suggested I was having some sort of breakdown and needed help. One aunt went so far as to imply I might be an unfit mother if I was cutting off family support. The manipulation was textbook. When direct pressure failed, they resorted to triangulation, using third parties to make me doubt myself and fear potential consequences. In the past, these tactics would have worked. I would have crumbled under the weight of collective disapproval, apologized for asserting any boundaries, and fallen back in line with family expectations. But something had shifted in me. Every message, every attempted guilt trip, every manipulative tactic only strengthened my resolve. I wasn't doing this just for myself anymore. I was doing it for Lucas, teaching him through my actions that self-respect wasn't negotiable, that healthy love didn't require constant sacrifice of your own well-being. For the first time in my life, I felt clarity about my relationship with my family. The fog of obligation, guilt, and hope for change had lifted, revealing a stark reality: this dynamic wasn't going to improve. The patterns were too deeply entrenched, the roles too rigidly established. Lucas would always be the less favored child, the afterthought, the one expected to understand why his cousin's desires trumped his needs. Unless I changed the script entirely. The Wednesday morning knocks on our door were firm and authoritative. Through the peephole, I saw 2 police officers standing on my porch, their expressions serious. My heart raced as I opened the door, mind racing through possible emergencies. Brielle Anderson, the female officer, asked, consulting a small notebook. Yes, that's me, I confirmed, anxiety mounting. I'm Officer Rivera, and this is Officer Bennett. We're conducting a welfare check. Your mother, Diane Lewis, called concerned about your well-being and that of your son. She reports that you've cut off contact suddenly and may be experiencing mental health issues that could impact your parenting. We're required to follow up on these reports. The realization of what my mother had done hit me like a physical blow. She had called the police, claiming I was potentially unstable or dangerous because I had set boundaries she didn't like. She had weaponized law enforcement in an attempt to frighten me back into compliance. "We're both absolutely fine," I said, working to keep my voice steady. "May I ask what specific concerns were raised?" Officer Rivera consulted her notes again. "Mrs. Lewis reported that you've been acting erratically, changing your locks, cutting off family contact, and making concerning statements about your family. She's worried about your mental state and its impact on your son." I took a deep breath. "Officers, I recently made the difficult decision to create some distance from certain family members after a pattern of behavior that was hurtful to my son. I did change my locks, as is my right as a homeowner. I did limit contact with my mother and sister, as is my right as an adult. But there are absolutely no mental health or child welfare concerns here." I gestured toward our home. "Would you like to come in and see that everything is normal and my son is well cared for? He's at school right now, but I'm happy to show you his room, our fully stocked refrigerator, his school attendance records, anything that would—" "I assure you we're fine." The officers exchanged glances, then accepted my invitation. I showed them around our modest but clean and organized home, pointing out Lucas's artwork on the refrigerator, his well-maintained bedroom, the calendar, tracking his activities and achievements. "I understand family disputes can get complicated," Officer Bennett said as they completed their inspection. "Based on what we're seeing, there's clearly no cause for concern about the welfare of your son or yourself. However, I would suggest documenting these interactions with your family in case the situation escalates further." I nodded and retrieved the folder where I'd been keeping screenshots and notes. "I've already started. This includes texts showing my family's absence from my son's recent birthday, despite confirmations they would attend, followed by demands for $1,500 for my niece's birthday celebration just weeks later." Officer Rivera looked surprised as she glanced at the documentation. "That's thorough. Smart to keep records." She handed me her card. "If you experience any harassment or additional wellness checks that seem unwarranted, please don't hesitate to contact me directly." After the officers left, I sat on my couch, shaking with a mixture of anger, vindication, and residual fear. My mother had escalated to involving authorities, potentially putting my custody of Lucas at risk, all because I'd refused to comply with her demands. The manipulation had taken a dangerous turn. I called my supervisor at work to request the rest of the day off, explaining vaguely about a family emergency. I needed time to process what had happened and prepare for whatever might come next. What came next was more direct than I anticipated. As I was leaving the school after picking up Lucas that afternoon, I spotted my mother's car pulling into the parking lot. Amanda was in the passenger seat, and they both exited the vehicle with purposeful strides heading straight toward us. "Lucas, honey," I said quickly, "I need you to get in the car and put on your headphones with your dinosaur show, okay? Adult conversation happening." He looked confused, but complied, sensing the tension in my voice. I locked him safely in the car before turning to face my mother and sister in the school parking lot. "How dare you," my mother hissed when she reached me. "Blocking our numbers, changing your locks, sending $1 as an insult. Do you have any idea how you've hurt this family?" Several parents were picking up their children nearby, some glancing curiously in our direction. I kept my voice low and controlled. "This isn't the place for this discussion. And after sending police to my home with false concerns about my mental health, you've lost any right to demand conversations with me. Amanda stepped closer, her face flushed. You're ruining Sophia's birthday with your selfishness. She's been crying for days because her favorite aunt won't be at her party. How could you be so cruel to a teenage girl? The hypocrisy was so stunning, I almost laughed. Interesting concern for a teenager's feelings. Where was this concern for an 8-year-old boy's feelings when none of you showed up for his birthday after promising you would? That was different, my mother dismissed with a wave of her hand. We had legitimate reasons, and children need to learn disappointment. Apparently some children more than others, I replied coldly. Since Sophia has never had to experience the disappointment of an empty party where not a single family member bothered to show up. My mother's expression hardened. This ridiculous grudge of yours needs to stop now. You're embarrassing yourself and hurting our family. I expect you to apologize. Send the proper contribution for Sophia's celebration and return to family gatherings with a better attitude. Something about her certainty, her complete confidence that I would eventually fold under pressure as I always had before, sparked a clarity I hadn't fully accessed until that moment. Mom, I said quietly, I'm not going to apologize for protecting my son from people who consistently make him feel less than. I'm not going to contribute financially to an extravagant celebration for one child when another child's simple party wasn't worth your time. And I'm certainly not going to pretend everything is normal when you've just tried to use law enforcement to intimidate me. Amanda stepped forward. You've always been jealous of me, haven't you? Jealous that Mom loves me more. Jealous that Sophia has more talents than Lucas. Jealous that we're closer to Mom than you've ever been. Her words hung in the air between us, the family's unspoken truth finally vocalized. My mother's momentary expression of shock quickly shifted to resignation, then defensiveness. Amanda, that's enough, she said, but there was no real reprimand in her tone, just concern about the public setting. No, she's right, I replied calmly. You do love her more. You always have. And you love Sophia more than Lucas. You've made that abundantly clear through your actions for 8 years. The difference is, I'm no longer pretending it isn't happening, and I'm no longer exposing my son to it. My mother glanced around, noticing the attention we were attracting. We're not discussing this here. Come to my house tonight so we can sort this out like adults. There's nothing to sort out, I said firmly. My boundaries are clear. I've made my decision. Lucas and I will be taking a break from family gatherings until there's genuine acknowledgement of the hurtful patterns and sincere effort to change them. You can't keep my grandson from me, my mother threatened, her voice rising. I have rights. Actually, you don't, I corrected her. Grandparents don't have inherent visitation rights when parents are fit and have full custody, which I do. And sending police to my home with false concerns has been documented and will only strengthen my position if you try to pursue this legally. I turned to walk away, but Amanda grabbed my arm. This isn't over. You think you're so perfect with your boundaries and your moral high ground. Mom has done everything for you, and this is how you repay her. By denying her access to her grandson, by ruining Sophia's special day. I gently but firmly removed her hand from my arm. I think we have very different definitions of everything, Amanda, and very different memories of our childhood. I hope someday you'll be able to see the patterns for what they are. As I walked to my car where Lucas was waiting, I heard my mother's parting shot. You'll regret this, Brielle. When you have no family left, you'll realize what you threw away. I didn't turn around, didn't engage further. Getting into the car, I put on a smile for Lucas, who removed his headphones with a worried expression. Is everything okay, Mom? Was Grandma mad? Everything is fine, buddy, I assured him. Grandma and I have different ideas about some things right now, that's all. Remember what we talked about with boundaries? He nodded solemnly. About spending time with people who are nice to us. Exactly. And right now we're focusing on the people who make us both feel good. Like Tyler and his mom who invited us for pizza night on Friday. Sound good? His face brightened. Yeah, Tyler's mom said they have a fossil kit we can use. When we arrived home, there was a large gift basket on our porch with a card signed, "From your loving family." Inside were expensive toys, gift cards, and a note saying, "We miss you both. Let's put this misunderstanding behind us." The attempt at material manipulation was so transparent, it made my heart ache. No acknowledgement of wrongdoing, no genuine apology, just gifts meant to purchase compliance and a return to the dysfunctional status quo. Lucas looked at the basket with confusion. Is this because they missed my birthday? No, honey, I said truthfully. This is because they want us to forget that they missed your birthday without them having to say they're sorry. He considered this with surprising maturity. That's not really how apologies work, right, Mrs. Bennet? Says we have to use our words to say sorry, not just give stuff. Mrs. Bennet is absolutely right, I affirmed, marveling at his emotional intelligence. What should we do with these things? Lucas thought for a moment. Could we give them to kids who don't have toys? Like a birthday present from me to them? In that moment, my heart swelled with pride. Despite everything, my son's compassion remained intact. That's a wonderful idea. We'll take them to the children's hospital this weekend. The next day, I contacted a family attorney and filed for a restraining order based on harassment and the false police report. I didn't want to take such a drastic step, but the escalation to involving authorities had crossed a dangerous line. The attorney agreed, particularly after reviewing my documentation. This is a clear pattern of emotional manipulation escalating to potential endangerment of your parental rights, she advised. A temporary restraining order is absolutely warranted while we pursue more permanent legal protections. When the temporary order was granted, I felt a strange mixture of sadness and relief. The legal document represented both a failure and a new beginning. The family relationships I had tried so desperately to nurture, despite their toxicity, had officially shattered. But from those broken pieces, I was building something healthier for Lucas and myself. 6 months passed, like a season-changing, gradual, yet transformative. Lucas turned 8.5, proudly announcing the half-year as significantly as his full birthday. And in many ways, it was more significant than his actual birthday had been. For his half-birthday, we hosted a small gathering at the local Natural History Museum. Tyler from Dinosaur Club was there with his parents. So were 2 boys from Lucas's class and their families, people who had become genuine friends over recent months. The children dug for fossils, learned about prehistoric plants, and laughed until they were breathless in the interactive exhibit on dinosaur sounds. There were no elaborate decorations or expensive entertainers, just genuine connections, children who wanted to be there, and parents who understood the value of showing up. Lucas beamed throughout the day, introducing his friends to his favorite exhibits with the confidence of a child who knows he is valued. This is the best birthday ever, Mom, he whispered as we drove home that evening, even though it's only a half one. Those words, so simple, yet so profound, confirmed that we were on the right path. The restraining order against my mother and Amanda had been extended after they made several attempts to contact us through third parties and showed up at my workplace again. The legal boundaries had provided the space we needed to begin healing. Therapy had become a regular part of our lives, both individually and together. Dr. Reynolds helped Lucas process his feelings about family rejection without internalizing them as reflections of his worth. For me, therapy was a journey through decades of normalized dysfunction, recognizing patterns I'd never questioned, and grieving the maternal relationship I'd always craved but never truly had. The hardest thing for adult children of emotional neglect to accept, my therapist Dr. Chen explained, is that the loving parent they keep hoping for may never exist. Your mother may never be capable of the unconditional love you deserved as a child, and that Lucas deserves now. Those sessions were painful but clarifying, helping me understand that my longing for family connection had often led me to accept mistreatment, not just of myself, but eventually of my son. Breaking that cycle was both an act of courage and an act of love. In the absence of my birth family, something beautiful and unexpected happened. Our social circle expanded with intentional relationships. Lucas and I joined a single-parent support group where we met others navigating similar challenges. We became regular volunteers at the community garden, forming friendships with neighbors we'd barely known before. My colleagues at school, seeing me set boundaries and prioritize well-being, became more than workplace acquaintances. Most surprisingly, my late father's sister Janet, who had lived across the country and had minimal contact with our family for years, reached out after hearing about the situation through extended family. "Your father would be heartbroken to see how you and Lucas have been treated," she told me during our first phone call. "He always worried about the dynamics in that household even before he passed." Through regular video calls, Janet became a loving presence in our lives, sending Lucas thoughtful gifts related to his interests and asking genuine questions about his activities. When she visited us that summer, the natural ease between them made clear what healthy family relationships could look like. 3 months after the restraining order was issued, my mother made one final attempt at reconciliation. She sent a letter through her attorney offering to attend family therapy sessions and acknowledging that mistakes were made on both sides. The non-apology was revealing in its continued deflection of responsibility. There was no recognition of the specific harm done to Lucas, no acknowledgement of the pattern of favoritism, just a general suggestion that we had mutual issues to resolve, and that I was being unnecessarily punitive by maintaining distance. After consulting with my therapist, I responded through my attorney with clear conditions for any potential future contact, acknowledgement of specific hurtful behaviors, commitment to equal treatment of all family children, respect for my parental boundaries, and individual therapy for my mother to address her own patterns. "I'm open to healing," I wrote, "but not to returning to dynamics that hurt my son." Her response was telling. She refused individual therapy as unnecessary and insisted that family therapy should focus on my overreactions and inability to forgive small slights. The exchange confirmed what I had come to understand: real change wasn't being offered, just a return to the same patterns with slightly modified language. As for Sophia's Sweet 16, social media revealed it had proceeded as planned, yacht and celebrity appearance included. The photos showed smiling family members, celebrating lavishly, seemingly unbothered by our absence. If anything, the elaborate event only highlighted the disparity in how the children in our family were valued and celebrated. In quiet moments, I sometimes felt twinges of grief for what might have been. The loss of family, however, dysfunctional, carries its own unique pain. But those moments grew less frequent as our new life took shape, defined by authenticity rather than obligation, by quality connections rather than genetic ties. The most profound validation came unexpectedly 6 months into our new normal. Lucas and I were reviewing calendar dates for the upcoming month when he spotted his 9th birthday approaching. "Mom," he asked tentatively, "for my birthday this year, can I invite my real family?" "Your real family," I echoed, not immediately understanding. He nodded seriously. "Tyler and his parents and Miss Janet, and your friend Maria, and the Dinosaur Club people. The people who really care about us. That's what you said. Family is right. The people who show up." Tears pricked my eyes as I pulled him into a hug. "That's exactly right, buddy. Family is the people who show up. And yes, we'll invite all of them." The journey hasn't been easy. Setting boundaries rarely is, especially with family members who have never had to respect them before. There have been flying monkeys, guilt trips from extended family, occasional moments of doubt when the weight of cultural expectations about family obligation feels heavy. But each time I see Lucas engage with our chosen family, confident and secure in the knowledge that he is valued for exactly who he is, I know we made the right choice. Breaking the cycle of conditional love and emotional neglect isn't just about protecting him now. It's about giving him the foundation to form healthy relationships throughout his life, free from the patterns that shaped my own childhood. If you're watching this and something in our story resonates with your own experience, please know you're not alone. Setting boundaries with family is one of the hardest things many of us will ever do. But sometimes it's also the most loving choice we can make, not just for ourselves, but for the next generation. Have you ever had to make a difficult decision to protect yourself or your child from family dynamics? Share your experience in the comments below. Your story might be exactly what someone else needs to hear today. And if this video helped you feel less alone in your journey, please subscribe and give it a like. I'm grateful for this community where we can share our truth and support each other's growth. Thank you for being part of our chosen family, even if just for the time it took to watch this video.
My name is Maya Ellington. I'm 29, and 3 weeks ago, my boyfriend stood between me and the TV, blocked the final act of a detective show, and informed me he had found his higher purpose. "Don't freak out," Adrian said, palms up like I was a skittish horse. "I'm going on a self-discovery retreat." I muted the remote. "Cool, where?" He took a breath that was meant to sound enlightened and landed closer to theatrical. "Up north. Pines, cabins, no Wi-Fi, sunrise meditations, journaling, the whole thing. 2 weeks." "Sounds restful," I said. "Who's we?" Adrian's eyes did a complicated dance, guilt pretending to be innocence. "You remember Greta?" I did. Ex-girlfriend from college, the one whose photos still loitered on his Instagram like ghosts that refused to be tagged. The one who got him, he'd say, with that far-off gaze that meant a speech was coming about art and vibration. "Right," I said. "Greta." "It's not what it sounds like," he rushed. "We're just friends. She's going through stuff, I'm going through stuff. There was a group discount." "For how many?" "2. A group of 2, I repeated, like I was practicing vocabulary. "When?" "Tuesday morning." He watched my face, waiting for sparks or tears. He'd rehearsed for an explosion. He wasn't ready for weather. I nodded slowly, the way nurses nod when you tell them it only hurts a little. "Okay," I said. "If you need to go find yourself, I'd hate to be the one who hides the map." Relief flooded him so hard he nearly swayed. He kissed my forehead, like I was a golden retriever who'd learned to fetch and not chew. "Maya, this is why I love you. You're so evolved." "Evolved?" I smiled. "When do you need the ride to the airport?" He blinked. "You'll drive me?" "Of course." I unmuted the TV. On screen, the detective had just found a meditation cushion in a suspect's living room. Foreshadowing, I thought, amused at myself. The next 3 days were a parade. New yoga pants, a cork notebook engraved with a tiny constellation, a steel water bottle for intentions. The living room sprouted incense sticks like porcupine quills. He moved through the apartment narrating his transformation like a tour guide. "This is my last coffee before I reset my gut. This is my last negative thought until I release guilt. This is my last..." The list kept expanding. I listened. I nodded. And then, when he laced his fingers through mine and told me he might have limited phone access, I said, "No problem. I'll hold down the fort." He didn't know the fort wasn't his. Here's what Adrian never got around to, between cacao ceremonies and breathwork reels. My name was the only one on the lease. 8 months ago, he'd temporarily moved in, an experiment that calcified into a habit. Utilities? Mine. Furniture? Mine, 80% at least. The succulent collection he proudly misted? Bought with my card on a Sunday he forgot his wallet. So on Monday, while he was getting his aura cleansed by a woman named River, I signed a lease on a one-bedroom across town. My boxes were already labeled in my head. Kitchen, Maya. Closet, Maya. Books, Maya. The small wooden fox his sister had carved for him, that would stay. It was beautifully made, and it was his. Tuesday, 5:40 a.m., I drove him to the airport. He buckled in, humming. 2 weeks will fly. I'll be centered. You'll see. I kept my eyes on the road. I hope you find exactly what you're looking for. He squeezed my hand. Greta and I have done so much work to be platonic. The pause before platonic was nervous enough to have its own heartbeat. At the retreat, he added quickly, it's not about her. It's about me. Of course, I said, pulling to the curb. Have fun finding yourself. He kissed my cheek and jogged toward departures. He didn't look back. That was useful. I watched him disappear into a sliding glass mouth and checked the clock. 6:12 a.m. If I was surgical, I could be done by Thursday. By 8 o'clock a.m., a U-Haul was idling behind my building. Luna, my neighbor who laughs like a kettle, met me in the hallway with coffee and a feral grin. This is either a terrible idea or the best you've ever had. Why not both, I said, and opened the door on a life I suddenly felt no urgency to preserve. I didn't rage pack. Anger makes you sloppy. I folded, wrapped, labeled. I took what was mine because fairness is a kind of quiet armor. The couch, mine, he'd sprawled across it like a prince, but I'd carried it up 4 floors with a mover who smelled like spearmint. The TV, mine. The plates with the tiny blue tides on the rim, mine. His chef's knife, purchased during a meal prep phase that lasted exactly 2 recipes, his. The wooden fox from Quinn, his. The thrift store denim jacket that still held a concert's worth of sweat, his. I stacked his belongings in the living room like an exhibit, neat, undeniable. In the bedroom, I found the third eye pendant Greta had given him in college, buried in a sock drawer. He'd told me he kept it only because unlatching memories felt cruel. I set it on top of his folded t-shirts, as if memory itself had crawled back and lay there blinking. By Wednesday night, my new place smelled like lemon cleaner and the aftertaste of relief. I slept on my own sheets for the first time in months without a foot creeping across the bed at 3 a.m. to claim space that wasn't offered. Thursday morning, I returned to the old apartment to leave the note. I'd kept it simple. Simplicity is sharp. Adrian, went on my own journey of self-discovery. Discovered I deserve better. Your things are in the living room, grouped and labeled. The lease ends in 3 weeks. Talk to Rick, landlord. He expects you to sign a new one or move out. I've found myself, and myself doesn't include you. M. I taped it to the television he no longer owned and placed the spare key beneath it like a period. On my way out, I noticed the meditation cushion he'd bought for the retreat, leaning against the wall. It was still wrapped in plastic, as if even his enlightenment needed unboxing. Back at my new apartment, my phone buzzed with a flight update I hadn't asked for. Adrian's flight has departed. A second later, the screen dimmed. Sunlight pooled across my kitchen table. I poured coffee. I listened to the quiet. Quiet, I decided, is underrated. For the first time in months, my thoughts stopped tiptoeing around someone else's mood. I made a small list in the margin of a bill envelope. Change passwords, update mailing address, cancel his profile on my streaming. Next to that, another list. Buy a plant for the window, call mom, breathe. People say you should talk it out. We had. My response was moving out. Words are negotiable in ways actions aren't. Friday, 2:17 p.m., the first email hit. Subject line, WTF is this? Maya, I came back early because the retreat sucked and you're gone? Is this a joke? Where are you? Early? I glanced at the clock, then at the cushion of sun on the floorboards. So much for 2 weeks of journaling with Greta in a pine-scented Eden. A second email, 3 minutes later. The landlord says I need to sign a lease. I can't afford this place alone. This is manipulative. Greta says you're trying to control me. I stared at Greta says and let a small laugh escape. I didn't reply. I texted Luna instead. He's back already. She called immediately. Girl, you're going to want tea for this. He rolled in last night with Greta. And listen, Desmond, Greta's boyfriend, found out about the trip from her Instagram. He went nuclear. It's a whole soap opera. I leaned my head against the cabinet and let the tile cool my spine. Of course there's a Desmond. Oh, there's a Desmond, Luna said, and he's monogamous when he's mad. I thanked her. We hung up. The kettle on my stove began to murmur, and somewhere in the building someone practiced scales on a piano, the notes climbing like a person trying stairs for the first time in months. A number I didn't recognize pinged my phone. Adrian's having a panic attack. Why are you being petty about the Netflix? I hadn't even changed the passwords yet. Tell him meditation might help, I typed. And then, because sometimes kindness is a firm boundary, I opened my laptop and changed every login, every autopay, every door that used to swing for free. The detective show's finale had solved its cushion mystery in a tidy monologue. Life rarely obliged. But as I stood at my window, with a mug and a view of new sky, I realized I didn't need tidy. I needed clean. On the counter, the lease to my new place lay heavy and official, stamped and countersigned. There was a space for emergency contact. I wrote Luna Park. Then, in the margin, I wrote one more sentence I didn't plan to send to anyone. Sometimes the best conversation is the one you enact, box by box, key by key. Outside, a siren wailed and then faded. My phone, for once, stayed quiet long enough to hear my own breath. It sounded like someone I could trust. The thing about silence is it never lasts. By Saturday morning, my inbox was less inbox, more crime scene. Email 1, 8:42 a.m. Subject. WTF is this? Maya. I came back early. The retreat was toxic, everyone fake, Greta acting weird. I walk into our apartment and you're just gone? Your stuff too? Is this some twisted prank? Where are you? Call me. Email 2, 9:07 a.m. Subject, don't do this. The landlord says I have to sign the lease. You know I can't afford this place. I feel like you're manipulating me, punishing me. Greta says you're being controlling, like abusive. I can't believe you do this to me. I sipped my coffee. He had barely lasted 5 days at the Great Spiritual Awakening. 5 days of sunrise meditations, vegan stew, and Greta's authentic sharing circle. I'd bet my last succulent he hadn't journaled once. Instead of replying, I texted Luna. Guess who's back already? She called instantly, voice buzzing with caffeine and gossip. Girl, you're not ready. He rolled in late last night, with Greta. And guess what? She wasn't alone in her drama. I set the mug down. Go on. Her boyfriend Desmond found out about the retreat through Instagram. The man went ballistic. Full meltdown. From what I heard, he threatened to burn sage in places no sage should go. I blinked. Wait, she went on a 2-week platonic retreat with your boyfriend's ex while she was already in a relationship? Exactly. And get this, Adrian and Greta were fighting outside the building. Loud. Greta yelling that she was supposed to be free to explore connections. Desmond screaming through the phone that she could explore a motel because she was locked out of his place. People were watching from their balconies. The image nearly cracked me open laughing. But it also fit. Adrian's self-discovery always included someone else's ruin. By noon, another call. Unknown number. Against my better judgment, I answered. Maya Ellington? The voice was sharp, maternal, and furious enough to leave scratches. Speaking. This is Deb, Adrian's mother. Do you have any idea what you've done? Hello to you too, I said. He's homeless. You abandoned him like trash after everything he gave you. Deb, I said calmly, he has 3 weeks. His things are safe. That's not homelessness. That's called consequences. You're cruel because you're jealous of his connection with Greta. I nearly choked. He went on a couples retreat with his ex-girlfriend. Alone. For 2 weeks. Without telling me until days before. That's not a connection. It's a confession. There was silence. A dangerous silence. Then, a hiss. You pathetic little girl. Thanks for the call, I said. Goodbye, Deb. I hung up before she could reload. My heart should have been racing, but instead it beat steady, grounded. The kind of steady that tells you you've finally stepped out of someone else's storm. Sunday morning, a different storm tried my door. Not physically, but digitally. Notifications popped. Netflix password reset. Hulu. HBO Max. Spotify. He hadn't even waited. I changed each one. New passwords. Variations of find your own happiness. That afternoon, another unknown text. Adrian's having a panic attack. Why are you being petty about the streaming services? I stared at the words, stunned by the absurdity. Streaming services as oxygen. Tell him meditation might help, I replied. I set the phone down, went to the window, and watched sunlight angle through my blinds. Peace hummed faintly, like a piano practicing scales down the hall. But Adrian wasn't done. Monday, I stepped out of my gym into the late afternoon glare, and there he was, leaning against my car like a scene from a low-budget romance, except sweatier. Greta lurked near the curb, arms crossed, mascara smudged. We need to talk, he said. I kept walking. We don't. You can't just ignore me. We were together for years. 8 months, I corrected, unlocking my door. The emotional connection was years, he shot back, voice cracking. What does that even mean? He reached for my arm. His touch was clammy. Maya, look. Nothing happened with Greta. We meditated, we did yoga, we shared feelings. Sounds like a weekend at a yoga studio, I said flatly. Stop being sarcastic. This is serious. I need a place to live. Then get one. I can't afford anything. You know I'm between jobs. 6 months is a long time to be between jobs while selling exactly 3 bracelets, I said. Greta cut in, defensive. He's on a journey, okay? You don't understand his energy. Oh, I understand, I said. He left for 2 weeks with you and lasted 5 days. Her face tightened. Adrian looked between us, scrambling. We left early because the retreat was toxic. Or because Desmond found out, I asked. The name hit Greta like a slap. She froze, eyes darting. How do you... she started. People talk, I said, especially neighbors. The silence stretched, wobbling on the edge of collapse. Then Adrian snapped. You're just threatened by what Greta and I have. I laughed. Actually laughed. Adrian, what you had lasted less than a long weekend. That's not destiny. It's an awkward Airbnb. Greta glared, cheeks red. We're still figuring things out. Yeah, I said, you and Desmond both. The look they exchanged, half horror, half betrayal, was delicious. I slid into my car. Good luck with your cosmic consciousness, I said through the window. Then I drove away, leaving them in the heat, their arguments unraveling behind me like tangled prayer flags. Back at my new apartment, I collapsed on the couch, laughing so hard my sides ached. Luna texted, spotted Greta sobbing into her phone outside. Desmond probably changed his passwords too. I typed back, he should. Some energy isn't worth sharing. But in the quiet after the laughter, I felt a pang. Sharp, unexpected. Because beneath the absurdity, the betrayal was still real. I'd loved him, in the way you love someone you believe will grow. And now, watching him shrink into excuses, it hurt. Only difference was, this time, the hurt didn't own me. 2 hours later, another email hit. Subject line, please. Maya, I know I messed up, but you can't just erase me, everything we built, the life we had. Please, just talk to me. I closed it without replying. Then I poured myself tea, sat at the window, and listened to the city breathe. And for once, I didn't feel erased. I felt free. By Tuesday, I'd started to recognize the new quiet of my life. Not silence exactly, but a steadier bandwidth. The kettle's first whistle, the soft click when the front door latched, the way light puddled in the plant I'd bought for the window, a pothos already daring itself over the sill. My phone lay face down on the counter, which is how I learned peace, by not sprinting at every vibration like a trained dog. At 10:03 a.m., the doorbell shattered it. Not a single press, a siege. Ding, 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 ding. Then the pounding, open-palmed, like a drumline performing vengeance. I checked the peephole and had to bite my lip to stop the laugh that wanted out. A U-Haul idled at the curb like a bright orange threat. On my doormat, Adrian, looking both exhausted and entitled. Deb beside him, face set in that maternal righteousness that has toppled civilizations. Quinn, his sister, jaw clenched. Greta, mascara smoky and defiant. And a woman I recognized from Instagram lives about artisanal intention threads. Piper. I answered through the Ring camera because caution is a form of love, mostly aimed at your future self. Yes, I said, as calmly as if they'd arrived to sell cookies. Deb launched first, voice pitched to reach an audience on the far sidewalk. Maya, you need to come out here and be an adult. I am being one, I said. I'm at work. which, ironically, pays for my adult things. What do you need? Adrian leaned towards the camera, too close. Pores and regret. We're moving my stuff to our new place, he announced. Correction, I said. You're moving your stuff out of my former place, the one that is still in my name for 3 weeks. Did Rick give you access? He gave us the keys to the building, Quinn cut in. But she gestured at my door handle like she might try it. We need to talk about... Do not touch my door, I said, crisp as a notarized letter. We're not doing surprises today. Greta rolled her eyes. She's being hostile. Typical low-frequency boundary fixation. Boundaries are not low frequency, I said. They're the exact pitch of self-respect. Deb folded her arms. You humiliated my son. You caused a breakdown. He came home from a mental health retreat and found his life vandalized. Respectfully, I said, he went on a 2-week retreat with his ex-girlfriend and lasted 5 days. He is living the consequences of his own choices. That's not vandalism, that's gravity. Adrian bristled. Look, we can stand here all day, or you can let us in and we can have a conversation like grown-ups. You would like to come inside my home to debate the ethics of your vacation with Greta? I asked. We're not, Greta began, then stopped, glancing at Piper. Can we not use that word? Vacation, I said, or with Greta. Piper stepped forward like an MC, palms wide. Babe, I'm sensing a lot of heat. What if we clear the energy and set an intention to be collaborative? What if you cleared the sidewalk, I said pleasantly. There are actual neighbors with actual jobs who will call the actual cops if you keep this performance art going. Piper's smile twitched. Deb stabbed the doorbell again. Ding, ding, ding. I let the chime finish. Here's what's going to happen, I said. You will move Adrian's labeled items from the old apartment into your U-Haul. You will not attempt entry here. If you try my door, I will call the police, provide them a copy of the lease, and show them this footage. If you want to talk, email me. Adrian's jaw clenched. He looked at the camera, at his reflection in the black plastic lens, at himself. You're being vindictive. I'm being gone, I said. Big difference. Fine, he snapped. Then to the group. Let's go. The U-Haul convoy retreated like a defeated parade, Deb muttering, Quinn whisper-fighting with Adrian, Greta theatrically adjusting her sunglasses. Piper lingered long enough to blow a breathy kiss at the camera and murmur, You're radiating scarcity. Piper, I said, you're radiating unpaid invoices. She flinched and trotted after the others. I sank onto the couch and laughed until I wiped tears. Luna texted, OMG. I heard the dinging from the hall, followed by, U-Haul? I sent her a screenshot of the doorbell cabaret. She replied with a string of siren emojis and want me to come over with brownies or binoculars. Both, I typed, and a minute later there was a soft, normal knock. Luna entered carrying brownies in a foil pan and dignity in a messy bun. I brought the good kind, she said, and by good I mean I used too much butter. Bless you, I said, cutting us cubes the size of regret. We perched by the window like Victorian widows, watching the U-Haul idly blink its hazard lights 3 stories below as they loaded boxes. At one point, Adrian lifted the meditation cushion like it might explode. He showed it to Greta, who sniffed, then flopped it into the truck. You know what's wild? Luna said, chewing. They genuinely think you're the villain in their movie. I was the camera woman for a long time, I said. I just put the lens down. We ate in companionable quiet, breaking chocolate with our fingers until my email pinged. Subject, business proposal. Luna leaned in. Oh, tell me it's an apology that starts with I've enrolled in a job. I opened it. It was not that. Maya, I know things are tense right now, but I have an opportunity that could actually fix this situation for everyone. As you know, I've been developing Cosmic Creations, a mindful accessories brand. We're ready to scale. I'm offering you 10% equity to become an angel investor. The initial investment equals approximately 3 months of rent at the old place. With that runway, I can stabilize housing and dedicate myself full-time to creative direction. Cosmic Creations will revolutionize the way people experience wearable intention. Let's heal this and get rich together. Adrian, CEO, and Chief Visionary, Cosmic Creations. We stared at the screen, and then Luna laughed so hard she had to set down her brownie. Chief Visionary, she wheezed, of an LLC that exists in his Notes app. It's the heal this and get rich together for me, I said. Like an MLM recruited by a yoga mat. I forwarded the email to Luna for her archives titled, Men Who Pitch Without Spreadsheets. She sent it to her cousin, who works in venture capital, and 5 seconds later he replied, Is he high? Another ping. LinkedIn. Connection request from Piper, conscious brand architect, with a DM. Despite the personal turbulence, I believe in separating business from emotion. Would love to discuss your alignment with our mission. I clicked ignore so fast I nearly sprained a finger. Down on the curb, Quinn and Deb were engaged in a mother-daughter whisper knife fight. Pure posture and pointed fingers. Greta sat on a box, scrolling, then abruptly stood and stormed away from the truck, phone pressed to her ear. Her voice ricocheted off brick. No, Desmond, I am not coming back to beg. A beat. Well, maybe you should have thought about boundaries when... She broke off, spotted the Ring camera pointed down at the street, and flounced back to the U-Haul. My doorbell went off again. Not a rage ding this time, but a tentative half-tap. I sighed, pressed the intercom. Yes? Hi, Quinn. Her voice was smaller alone. Maya, can I talk to you? I cracked the door with the chain on. Quinn stood there holding the wooden fox she'd carved for Adrian, eyes shadowed with sleep deprivation and shame that didn't quite know where to land. I'm not here to yell, she said. She looked down at the fox. I'm sorry for the circus. Mom. Adrian is Adrian. It's like we all orbit his emergencies until someone throws up. I considered her for a beat. Quinn had always been kind to me, kind in the way of people trying to paste over family chaos with hospitality. Are you okay? I asked. She barked a small laugh. Define okay. We stood like that, adults on either side of a half-closed door. Quinn, I said gently, you don't have to orbit this. Tell that to my childhood, she said, then caught herself. Sorry, not your job. Correct, I said, but also not yours either. Something like gratitude flickered across her face. Point taken, she swallowed. He's not going to stop, the pitches, the performances. I know, I said. I'm not going to start again either. She nodded, hugged the fox to her chest like a relic, and stepped back. Take care of yourself, Maya. You too, I said, and closed the door, heart pinched by a girl who'd been drafted into PR for a man's worst decisions. By late afternoon, the U-Haul pulled away. The block exhaled. Luna texted a photo she'd snapped through her blinds. Adrian in the passenger seat looking like a man who'd lost a game he invented 5 minutes ago. I went to my desk and opened a blank note. Rules for this season, I titled it. Underneath, I wrote, no explanations to people committed to misunderstanding me. No investing in someone else's unfinished homework. No opening the door for chaos just because chaos rings the bell. My phone buzzed again, an unknown number. I let it go to voicemail. A minute later, a transcription appeared. Hey, Maya, it's Rick from the apartment office. Quick heads up. Adrian's trying to file paperwork to transfer the lease retroactively. He also brought me a proof of tenancy he printed off the internet and, get this, he spelled his own name wrong on page 2. Let me know if you have any concerns. I've got your back. I smiled. I did have concerns, but most of them had already been handled by tape, labels, and a key under a note. Evening fell slow and wine-colored. I watered the pothos. I changed into soft clothes. I put on the detective show again, letting the familiar cadence buffer my thoughts. When the credits rolled, my email pinged again. Subject, major announcement coming soon. From Cosmic Creations, MailChimp at Cosmic Creations. I opened it, because sometimes you have to look directly at a thing to remember why you're walking away. Cosmic Creations is evolving. New product line drops Friday. Wear your intention. Smell your destiny. Smell your destiny, I repeated to my empty apartment and snorted. I pictured dollar store essential oils in repurposed vials, Piper writing captions like, government-free wellness. Deb Harding every post. I closed the laptop, I turned off my lamp, and in the gentle dark, I felt something settle inside me with a click that sounded, unmistakably, like a lock turning the right way at last. By Friday, the circus had upgraded itself from curbside performance to full-scale online broadcast. It started with LinkedIn. At first, I thought it was spam, an odd message from an old college professor I hadn't spoken to in years. Is your boyfriend okay? I just got a strange pitch from him. Confused, I checked my inbox, and there it was, a wall of messages, all copy-paste identical. Hi, I'm raising funds for my spiritual jewelry brand, Cosmic Creations. Despite a complicated personal situation with my ex, Maya, I believe in separating business from emotion. Would you be interested in supporting cosmic consciousness through wearable art? He had blasted my entire professional network. Boss, clients, recruiters, even the career counselor I once met for 10 minutes in grad school. My boss texted, Your ex is interesting. Is he okay? My biggest client. Think your boyfriend needs help. Professor Alvarez. Is this performance art? I closed my laptop, pinched the bridge of my nose, and whispered to myself. The bar was underground, and he brought a shovel. But Adrian wasn't finished. By Saturday morning, a GoFundMe appeared. Title: Help a Spiritual Entrepreneur Escape Emotional Abuse. Description: For years, Maya financially controlled me, isolated me from my support system, and sabotaged my business. After abandoning me during a mental health crisis, she left me with nothing. I need $25,000 to rebuild and continue my work as a visionary. Raised so far $37, all from his mother, Deb. Luna screenshot it for me with the caption, "At least Deb believes in him. Barely." The absurdity might have been funny if it hadn't been mixed with the sheer audacity of rewriting our history like bad fan fiction. I thought that would be the crescendo. I was wrong. Monday morning. A thick envelope arrived at my new address, hand-delivered by a process server. For a beat, my heart hammered. Was this another business proposal? No, it was worse, and somehow funnier. Civil claim. Maya Ellington owes compensation for domestic partnership damages. I actually laughed out loud. Then I skimmed the paperwork. His argument? That after 3 years of emotional investment, read 8 months of cohabitation, 5 days of yoga with Greta, he was entitled to common law marriage benefits. The court date was set for Wednesday. The courtroom smelled like coffee and Lysol. I sat on one side, calm in my navy dress. Adrian sat across from me, alone, shuffling papers he'd clearly printed at the library. Greta wasn't with him. Rumor had it Desmond had given her an ultimatum. The judge, an older woman with eyes like polished stone, flipped through the filing. Her expression was less impartial justice and more, "Why am I reading this nonsense?" "Mr. Vale," she began, "you lived with Ms. Ellington for 8 months. You were not on the lease. She moved out while you were on vacation with your ex-girlfriend. What exactly are you claiming?" Adrian straightened, voice cracking but determined. "Emotional investment damages, Your Honor. She owes me for the years I dedicated to our bond." The judge blinked, slowly. "That is not a legal category. But the precedent of common law, you did not meet the duration, nor the requirements of common law marriage." The judge cut in, firm as a gavel. "And even if you had, abandonment during a yoga retreat with an ex would not qualify as grounds for compensation." The courtroom chuckled. Adrian flushed beet red. "Case dismissed," the judge said flatly, and slammed her gavel once. Less than 5 minutes. Outside the courthouse, he tried to salvage dignity. Piper was waiting on the steps with her phone, live streaming. Adrian threw his hands up like a prophet. "This is what systemic oppression of spiritual entrepreneurs looks like. The patriarchy in reverse. The court is blind to cosmic justice." Piper nodded furiously, her camera shaking. "Speak your truth." A woman walking by muttered, "Seek employment." By the time I got home, the video was on TikTok. 12 views, all from Deb's different accounts. That night, I poured myself a glass of wine and opened the window. City air gusted in, cool, real, unapologetic. For the first time in weeks, I let myself feel not just relief, but something like pride. Not the loud, banner-waving kind Adrian would spin into hashtags. A quieter pride, that I had refused to orbit his drama, that I had walked away even when his voice tried to chain me back. But just as I set my glass down, my email pinged again. Subject, final warning. I clicked. "Maya, you can laugh now, but this isn't over. Cosmic Creations is evolving. The world will see who the real abuser is. And when they do, you'll regret everything." I closed my laptop, took a breath, and whispered to the empty room. "The only thing I regret is not changing my lock sooner." By Thursday morning, I thought the chaos might finally be tapering off. The smear campaigns had fizzled. His GoFundMe was still stuck at $37, all from Deb. Piper's systemic oppression video had plateaued at 18 views. Even Greta had gone quiet, probably still negotiating with Desmond about what platonic retreat really meant. Then my phone rang. "Hi, Maya, it's Rick from the apartment complex," the landlord said, his voice half weary, half amused. "We've got a situation." I braced. "What now?" "Your ex-boyfriend has changed the locks on the old unit." I blinked. "He's not even on the lease." "Exactly. He gave me a proof of tenancy he downloaded from the internet. It's obviously fake. He spelled his own name wrong. Twice." I closed my eyes. "What did he spell it as?" "A drain," Rick said, sighing. "And once, Adriane." I let out a laugh I hadn't planned. What are you going to do? I'm starting eviction proceedings, Rick said. But since the utilities are still under your name, you have every right to shut them off, legally. I looked at the calendar. It was still within the billing cycle. Do it. By 4 p.m., the power, water, and Wi-Fi in that apartment had gone dark. At 5:17, my phone buzzed again. Unknown number. The transcription appeared. Turn the power back on right now. This is Quinn. Adrian is in there without electricity. He's trying to run a business, Maya. I typed back. Squatting in an apartment and bottling dollar store oils isn't a business. It's trespassing. No reply. Friday morning. Another call from Rick. His tone was lighter this time. Police removed him this morning. He tried to tell them you were his landlord and that he'd paid you rent. Couldn't provide any proof, obviously. Did he go quietly? I asked. Rick chuckled. Not exactly. He yelled something about mercury being in microwave, then tried to sage the officers. They were patient, but you could tell they'd seen it all before. Microwave? Yeah, I think he meant retrograde. I pressed a hand to my face. Thank you, Rick. Truly. No problem, he said. You're free of him now. And for the first time, I believed it. That weekend, I took myself on a walk across the city, bought flowers for no reason, stopped in a cafe, and read for hours, sipping tea without checking my phone every 5 minutes. My reflection in the cafe window looked unfamiliar, not because it had changed, but because I wasn't looking at it through someone else's eyes anymore. Luna met me later for dinner. Between bites of pasta, she shook her head. You know what kills me? He thought he could make the world believe his version. That's the part that's actually funny. Because when the smoke clears, all that's left is who you are. And you're intact. He's microwaving mercury. I laughed so hard I nearly dropped my fork. 2 weeks later, updates trickled in through whispers and social media. Adrian had moved back into his parents' house. Not Quinn's. She'd blocked him after the police eviction. Not Greta's. She'd been forced to pick between him and Desmond, and she'd chosen the man with an actual apartment. His Instagram bio now read, Survivor, Visionary, Cosmic Warrior. His follower count had plummeted from 200 to 73. Cosmic Creations had rebranded, now offering essential oil blends alongside mindful jewelry. Piper posted photos of the oils, tiny vials with cheap labels. In the comments, she accidentally admitted they were repackaged from a discount store before deleting the post. Deb still liked every update, every single one. One evening, as I was unpacking the last of my boxes, an email arrived. From Deb, subject, I hope you're happy. Maya, my son is devastated. He thought you were the one. He was even planning to propose to you on that retreat, with Greta's help picking out the ring. You threw away something beautiful because of your silly pride. Deb. I read it twice, then I laughed until I cried. He was going to propose to me on a trip with his ex-girlfriend, with her help choosing the ring. That wasn't a love story, that was a parody. I didn't respond. Instead, I forwarded it to Luna, who replied instantly, Tell her you're registering for a toaster. Single slice. By the end of the month, the dust had settled. My new apartment felt lived in now. Plants thriving, shelves stacked with books, the air smelling faintly of lavender. At the resident mixer, I met Daniel, a neighbor with kind eyes and a dry sense of humor. He listened to the story, every absurd beat, and said, That's wild. Want to go on a self-discovery trip? Just us? Then he grinned. To Seattle. No exes, I promise. I laughed, the kind of laugh that shakes something loose. Because sometimes self-discovery isn't found in cabins or journals or borrowed chakras. Sometimes it's in the moment you say no to chaos, yes to yourself, and leave the rest behind. By Thursday morning, I thought the chaos might finally be tapering off. The smear campaigns had fizzled. His GoFundMe was still stuck at $37, all from Deb. Piper's systemic oppression video had plateaued at 18 views. Even Greta had gone quiet, probably still negotiating with Desmond about what platonic retreat really meant. Then my phone rang. Hi, Maya, it's Rick from the apartment complex, the landlord said, his voice half weary, half amused. We've got a situation. I braced. What now? Your ex-boyfriend has changed the locks on the old unit. I blinked. He's not even on the lease. Exactly. He gave me a proof of tenancy he downloaded from the internet. It's obviously fake. He spelled his own name wrong, twice. I closed my eyes. What did he spell it as? Adrain, Rick said, sighing. And once, Adriane. I let out a laugh I hadn't planned. What are you going to do? I'm starting eviction proceedings, Rick said. But since the utilities are still under your name, you have every right to shut them off, legally. I looked at the calendar. It was still within the billing cycle. Do it. By 4 p.m., the power, water, and Wi-Fi in that apartment had gone dark. At 5:17, my phone buzzed again. Unknown number. The transcription appeared. Turn the power back on right now. This is Quinn. Adrian is in there without electricity. He's trying to run a business, Maya. I typed back, squatting in an apartment and bottling dollar store oils isn't a business. It's trespassing. No reply. Friday morning. Another call from Rick. His tone was lighter this time. Police removed him this morning. He tried to tell them you were his landlord and that he'd paid you rent. Couldn't provide any proof, obviously. Did he go quietly? I asked. Rick chuckled. Not exactly. He yelled something about mercury being in microwave, then tried to sage the officers. They were patient, but you could tell they'd seen it all before. Microwave? Yeah, I think he meant retrograde. I pressed a hand to my face. Thank you, Rick. Truly. No problem, he said. You're free of him now. And for the first time, I believed it. That weekend, I took myself on a walk across the city, bought flowers for no reason, stopped in a cafe and read for hours, sipping tea without checking my phone every 5 minutes. My reflection in the cafe window looked unfamiliar, not because it had changed, but because I wasn't looking at it through someone else's eyes anymore. Luna met me later for dinner. Between bites of pasta, she shook her head. You know what kills me? He thought he could make the world believe his version. That's the part that's actually funny, because when the smoke clears, all that's left is who you are. And you? You're intact. He's microwaving mercury. I laughed so hard I nearly dropped my fork. 2 weeks later. Updates trickled in through whispers and social media. Adrian had moved back into his parents' house. Not Quinn's. She'd blocked him after the police eviction. Not Greta's. She'd been forced to pick between him and Desmond, and she'd chosen the man with an actual apartment. His Instagram bio now read, Survivor, Visionary, Cossack Warrior. His follower count had plummeted from 200 to 73. Cosmic Creations had rebranded, now offering essential oil blends alongside mindful jewelry. Piper posted photos of the oils, tiny vials with cheap labels. In the comments, she accidentally admitted they were repackaged from a discount store before deleting the post. Deb still liked every update, every single one. One evening, as I was unpacking the last of my boxes, an email arrived. From Deb. Subject, I hope you're happy. Maya, my son is devastated. He thought you were the one. He was even planning to propose to you on that retreat, with Greta's help picking out the ring. You threw away something beautiful because of your silly pride. Deb. I read it twice. Then I laughed until I cried. He was going to propose to me, on a trip with his ex-girlfriend, with her help choosing the ring. That wasn't a love story, that was a parody. I didn't respond. Instead, I forwarded it to Luna, who replied instantly, Tell her you're registering for a toaster. Single slice. By the end of the month, the dust had settled. My new apartment felt lived in now. Plants thriving, shelves stacked with books, the air smelling faintly of lavender. At the resident mixer, I met Daniel, a neighbor with kind eyes and a dry sense of humor. He listened to the story, every absurd beat, and said, That's wild. Want to go on a self-discovery trip? Just us? Then he grinned. To Seattle. No exes, I promise. I laughed, the kind of laugh that shakes something loose. Because sometimes self-discovery isn't found in cabins or journals or borrowed chakras. Sometimes it's in the moment you say no to chaos, yes to yourself, and leave the rest behind.
My fiancé announced he's just a little boy who needs his mommy, to her family about me. I said, You're right. When I moved back with mom and took my 6-figure income with me, the little boy grew up fast. I, 29 male, work as a software engineer for a mid-sized tech company. Not Google or anything, but decent pay, about $115K annually. My fiancée Rachel, 27, works part-time as a yoga instructor, makes maybe $25 a year. We'd been together 3 years, engaged for 6 months. The incident happened at her parents' anniversary dinner last Saturday. 25 people there, her parents, siblings, aunts, uncles, cousins, the whole family. Context. I'm close with my mom. Dad died when I was 16, and mom raised me and my sister alone. She's 62 now, lives 40 minutes away. I visit her every Sunday for lunch, help with house repairs, take her to doctor appointments when needed. Normal son stuff, I thought. Rachel always made little comments about it. Do you really need to see her every Sunday? Or can't she hire someone to fix her fence? But I figured she was just adjusting to the dynamic. We were planning to get married after all. So, anniversary dinner. Rachel's cousin Bradley was bragging about his promotion, his new Tesla, his upcoming vacation to Bali. Everyone's congratulating him, and Rachel's aunt turns to me. So what about you? Rachel says you work with computers? Before I could answer, Rachel laughed. Not a nice laugh. That mean-spirited laugh that makes your stomach drop. Oh, he does okay, but honestly, he's just a little boy who needs his mommy. Runs to her every Sunday like clockwork. Can't make a decision without calling her first. I'm basically marrying a child. The entire table went silent. Her mother tried to change the subject, but Rachel was on a roll. Last week, he actually left our date night early because his mommy needed help moving a couch. A couch! And don't get me started on how much money he wastes on her. New refrigerator here, car repairs there. I keep telling him that when we're married, that stops. I'm not competing with his mother for the rest of my life. Her sister Melissa laughed. Good luck with that. Mama's boys never change. Oh, I'll change him, Rachel said. Once we're married and I control the finances, Mommy Dearest gets cut off. He'll see her on holidays like normal people. I sat there, forkful of pasta halfway to my mouth, processing what I was hearing. This woman who I'd been financially supporting for 2 years, who lived in the apartment I paid for, who drove the car I'd bought her, was calling me a child. In front of her entire family. You're right, I said quietly. Rachel turned to me, smirking. See? He even admits it. No, you're absolutely right. I am just a little boy who needs his mommy. And you know what? Little boys shouldn't get married. I stood up, placed my napkin on the table. Thank you for dinner, I said to her parents. Happy anniversary. And I left. My phone started blowing up before I even reached my car. Texts from Rachel ranging from, baby come back, I was just joking, to you're embarrassing me, to if you leave, we're done. I texted back once. We're already done. Then I drove to my mom's house. She was surprised to see me. It was 8 p.m. on a Saturday. Made me tea, didn't ask questions until I was ready to talk. When I told her what happened, she was quiet for a long moment. I never liked her, she finally said. But you seemed happy, so I kept my mouth shut. Why didn't you like her? She never once offered to help when she came over. Never brought anything to Sunday lunch. Never said thank you. And she'd roll her eyes when you hugged me goodbye. Small things, but they add up. I stayed the night in my old room. Woke up Sunday morning with absolute clarity about what I needed to do. Update 1 Monday was interesting. I called in sick to work, then drove to the apartment at 10 a.m. when I knew Rachel would be at her yoga class. Packed everything I owned. Wasn't that much, honestly. My clothes, gaming setup, work equipment, personal documents. The furniture was all mine. I'd bought it, but I left it. Wanted a clean break. Except for one thing. The 65-inch OLED TV I'd bought 3 months ago. That came with me. Petty? Maybe. Satisfying? Absolutely. Left my key and a note. Rent is paid through the end of the month. After that, it's your responsibility. The account at the power company and internet are in my name. I'll be canceling them Friday. Good luck. Moved everything to my mom's house. She'd cleared out the basement rec room for me. Not ideal at 29, but better than living with someone who publicly humiliated me. Rachel came home to find me gone. The calls started immediately. 18 in the first hour. Then texts. Where are you? This is ridiculous. You can't just leave. We need to talk. I was joking. You're overreacting. Please answer me. Answer your phone. Then the tone shifted. How am I supposed to pay rent? You can't just abandon me. I'll be homeless. You're being financially abusive. That last one actually made me laugh. Financially abusive? I'd been paying 80% of our expenses for 2 years. Tuesday, she showed up at my work. Security wouldn't let her in, badge required, but she waited in the lobby for 3 hours. I went out the back exit and worked from home the rest of the day. Wednesday, the real panic set in. She'd apparently just realized I was serious. Her friend Chloe called me. You need to talk to Rachel. No, I don't. She's a mess. She hasn't eaten, hasn't slept. She might lose her job because she keeps crying during classes. That sounds like a her problem. How can you be so cold? You were together 3 years. Ask her how cold she was Saturday night when she called me a little boy in front of her entire family. She didn't mean it. You know how Rachel is, she just talks without thinking sometimes. Exactly, and now she can think about what she said without me around. Chloe hung up on me. Thursday is when things got interesting. Rachel's dad, Frank, called me. Frank's a contractor, decent guy, always treated me well. Son, I'm not calling to defend what Rachel said. That was out of line. Thank you. But walking out on a 3-year relationship over one comment seems extreme. Frank, with all due respect, it wasn't one comment. It was her telling your entire family that she plans to financially control me and cut my mother off once we're married. That's not a partner, that's a dictator. He was quiet. Then she said that? Ask anyone who was there. I must have missed that part. I was in the kitchen getting more wine. Ask your wife, ask Melissa. They all heard it. Another pause. She can't afford that apartment alone. I know. She'll have to move back home. That's probably for the best. You're really done? No counseling? No second chances? Frank, she didn't just insult me. She revealed who she really is. Someone who sees my love for my mother as weakness. Someone who thinks marriage means controlling me. Someone who publicly humiliates me for entertainment. Why would I sign up for a lifetime of that? He sighed. Can't say I blame you, son. Take care of yourself. That evening, I get a text from Melissa, Rachel's sister. She's moving back home this weekend. Hope you're happy. I texted back, I'm getting there. Update 2. Rachel moved back with her parents. I know because she posted about it on Instagram, trying to spin it as taking time for self-care and family bonding. The comments were supportive until someone asked about the wedding and she had to admit we'd broken up. Then the narrative changed. According to her social media, I was emotionally unavailable, codependent with my mother, and refused to grow up. She painted herself as the victim who'd tried so hard to help me become a man. I didn't respond, didn't post anything, just watched and screenshotted everything. My mom, meanwhile, was thrilled to have me around. Not thrilled about the circumstances, but happy for the company. I helped her renovate the basement properly, painted, new flooring, installed a mini kitchen. Cost about $8 all in, but worth it. My own space while I figured out next steps. Rachel's friend group started reaching out, not to reconcile, but to ask for money. Apparently, I'd been unknowingly funding their entire social circle. When Rachel and I went out, I paid. When we did group dinners, I covered her portion. Beach house rental last summer, I paid her share. Concert tickets, wine tours, escape rooms, I'd been the invisible benefactor of her entire friend group through her. Now she couldn't afford to do anything, and they were realizing the gravy train had derailed. Her best friend Victoria actually had the audacity to Venmo request me $300 for Rachel's portion of the bachelorette party next month. I declined with the note, "Little boys don't have money, ask her mommy and daddy." But the real explosion came Tuesday. Rachel discovered I'd withdrawn my portion of the wedding deposits. We'd booked a venue, photographer, and caterer. Deposits totaled $8,500. I'd paid $7,000, she'd paid $1,500. I'd called all 3 vendors Monday, explained the situation. The venue and photographer refunded my portion, minus a small cancellation fee. The caterer couldn't refund the deposit, but they could transfer it to a different event. So I used it to cater my mom's upcoming 63rd birthday party. 60-person guest list, full dinner, open bar. Mom was ecstatic. Rachel was not. She called from her dad's phone. I hadn't blocked that number. "You stole our wedding money." I withdrew my contributions. Your $1,500 is still there. The venue wants $5,000 more or they'll cancel. Then pay it. With what money? The money you'll be saving by controlling my finances, remember? Oh wait, that was after we got married. Guess you'll have to figure something else out. You're doing this to hurt me. No, I'm doing this because it's my money. I'm just a little boy, remember? Little boys shouldn't be planning weddings. Stop throwing that in my face. It was one comment. One comment that revealed everything. Rachel, you told your family you were going to control my money and cut my mom off. You called me a child for loving my mother. You laughed at me with your sister. In what universe would I marry you after that? I was joking. It was just talk. Jokes are supposed to be funny. Nobody was laughing except you and Melissa. This is about your mother, isn't it? She never liked me. She's poisoning you against me. My mother hasn't said a single bad word about you. She doesn't need to. Your own words did all the work. She hung up on me. 20 minutes later, I get a call from the wedding venue. They're confirming the cancellation and processing my refund. Apparently, Rachel couldn't cover the remaining deposit. The photographer called next. Same situation. The caterer called to confirm the birthday party details and thank me for keeping the business with them. That evening, Rachel's mom, Patricia, called. Unlike Frank, she was not understanding. You're destroying my daughter over your pride. Your daughter destroyed our relationship with her cruelty. She's had to cancel the wedding. Do you know how humiliating that is? Do you know how humiliating it was to be called a little boy in front of your entire family? She was just teasing. That's how she shows affection. By planning to financially control me and isolate me from my mother? That's affection? You're twisting her words. Patricia, you were there. You heard every word. You tried to change the subject because even you knew it was inappropriate. Silence. She's my daughter. I have to defend her. I understand. And she's your problem now. Good luck with that. Update 3. The entitlement escalated exactly as you'd expect. Rachel started a GoFundMe. Help me rebuild after financial abuse. Her goal? $10,000. The description painted me as a manipulative man who'd trapped her in financial dependency, then abandoned her without warning. She claimed I'd forced her to work only part-time so she'd be dependent on me. Reality? She refused to work full-time because it would disrupt her spiritual energy, and full-time work is corporate slavery. She said I'd isolated her from financial resources. Reality? She had full access to her own accounts. She just never put money in them because mine was available. She claimed I'd stolen wedding funds that were rightfully hers. Reality? I'd withdrawn exactly what I'd contributed. The GoFundMe raised $250. $200 was from her mom, $50 from her aunt. Then came the employment saga. Rachel applied for full-time positions but hadn't updated her resume in 3 years. She listed me as a reference without asking. When employers called, I was honest. How long have you known Miss Morrison? 3 years personally. What can you tell us about her work ethic? I've never worked with her professionally, so I can't speak to that. She listed you as a professional reference. That's incorrect. We were in a personal relationship. I've never been her colleague or supervisor. 3 different employers called, same conversation each time. She didn't get any of the jobs. Her dad called again. She's saying you're sabotaging her job search. Frank, she listed me as a professional reference without asking. I told them the truth, that I've never worked with her. How is that sabotage? She says you're bad-mouthing her. I specifically said I couldn't speak to her professional abilities because I've never worked with her. That's the opposite of bad-mouthing. Can you just help her out? Give her a good reference? So you want me to lie to potential employers? Silence. She's desperate, son. She's 27 with barely any work history, living with her parents. And whose fault is that? I'm not responsible for fixing the life she chose. Meanwhile, I was thriving. Without spending money on Rachel, I was saving an extra $2,000 a month. I paid off my car loan early, started an investment portfolio, helped my mom replace her old windows with energy-efficient ones. Living with mom wasn't even bad. We had separate spaces, respected each other's privacy. I cooked dinner 3 nights a week, she cooked 3 nights, and we ordered takeout on Sundays. It was actually nice. Then Rachel played her final card. She showed up at my mom's house on a Sunday afternoon. Not alone, she brought her parents and Melissa. 4 against 2, she probably thought. Mom answered the door. Mrs. Thompson, we need to talk to Garrett. He doesn't want to see you, dear. This is between me and him. And this is my house. You're not welcome here. That's when I came to the door. It's okay, Mom. Let's hear what she has to say. Rachel had clearly rehearsed this. Garrett, I'm here to apologize. I was wrong to say those things. I was drinking. I was showing off. I was stupid. Please give us another chance. You weren't drunk. You had 1 glass of wine. Okay, but I was nervous. Bradley was bragging and I felt insecure. So you threw me under the bus to feel better about yourself? I didn't mean it. Which part? The part about me being a little boy? The part about controlling my finances? The part about cutting my mom off? Which part didn't you mean? Melissa jumped in. Oh my God, it was just girl talk. Every woman complains about their man. To their entire family? At a formal dinner? That's normal to you? Patricia tried next. Garrett, Rachel loves you. She made a mistake. Surely that's worth forgiveness? I've forgiven her. That doesn't mean I'm taking her back. Finally, Frank spoke. What would it take? Counseling? She'll go to counseling. There's nothing she can do. She showed me who she really is. I believe her. Rachel started crying. You're ruining my life over one stupid comment. My mom finally spoke up. Young lady, you ruined your own life. You had a good man who loved you, supported you, and would have given you everything. And you mocked him for loving his mother. What kind of woman does that? What kind of wife would you have been? What kind of mother? Would you mock your own children for loving you too much? That hit hard. Rachel's face went pale. Get off my property, Mom continued, and don't come back. My son deserves better than you. They left. Rachel was sobbing, Patricia was furious, Frank looked defeated, and Melissa was ranting about toxic masculinity and emotional manipulation. That was 2 days ago. Final update. It's been 6 weeks since the anniversary dinner. Life has moved on in unexpected ways. Rachel got a full-time job at a gym, not as an instructor, at the front desk. $15 an hour, no benefits. Her Instagram went from yoga poses and inspirational quotes to complaints about corporate slavery and toxic work culture. The entitlement is still there, just aimed at new targets. She's still living with her parents. Frank told me, we still talk occasionally, he does work on Mom's house, that she's a nightmare. Expects her mom to do her laundry, cook her meals, clean her room. Throws tantrums when asked to contribute to household chores. They're charging her $500 monthly rent, and she acts like they're stealing from her. We created a monster, he said last week. Patricia babied her, I enabled it, and you financed it. Now we're all paying the price. Except you escaped. The friend group imploded. Without me inadvertently funding their activities, they couldn't afford their lifestyle. They turned on Rachel, blaming her for losing their meal ticket. Actual quote from Victoria that got back to me. She's basically friendless now except for Melissa, who's apparently just as entitled. The best part? Rachel's cousin Bradley, the Tesla-driving, Bali vacationing golden boy whose bragging started this whole thing? His girlfriend dumped him last week. Her reason? She witnessed how Rachel treated me at the dinner and realized Bradley had the same entitled attitude. She literally told him, I saw your cousin destroy her relationship with her ego, and you're exactly like her. I'm out. Bradley blamed Rachel for ruining his relationship with her drama. They don't speak anymore. As for me, I'm doing great. Started dating someone new, Lauren, a nurse at the hospital where Mom had her knee surgery last month. Met her when I was visiting Mom post-op. Lauren loves that I'm close with my mother. It shows character, she said. Men who respect their mothers make good partners. We're taking it slow, but it's healthy. She has her own apartment, her own money, her own life. We split dates 50-50. She comes to Sunday lunch at Mom's sometimes and she actually helps cook. Mom adores her. Found my own apartment last week. 2-bedroom, nice area, reasonable rent, move in next month. Mom's excited for me, but sad to lose her live-in handyman. I promised I'd still come for Sunday lunch and repairs. The $2,000 monthly I was spending on Rachel, half goes to savings, half goes to Mom. Not because she needs it, but because I want to help her retire early. She's worked hard enough. The woman who Rachel wanted to cut off will retire at 64 instead of 67, thanks to the money I'm not wasting on an entitled partner. Rachel texted me last week, just one message, I hope you're happy. I responded, I am. I hope someday you will be too. She blocked me after that. Good riddance. Looking back, that anniversary dinner was the best thing that could have happened. Rachel revealed her true self, and I got to see it clearly. No years of marriage before the mask slipped. No kids involved. No messy divorce. Just a clean break from someone who saw my love for my mother as weakness. The little boy who needed his mommy? He's doing just fine. Turns out loving your mother isn't weakness, it's strength. And any partner who doesn't understand that isn't worth having. Mom says Lauren understands that. We'll see where it goes. But one thing's certain, I'll never let anyone mock me for loving my family again. That's not negotiable. Thanks for reading. Little boy, signing off. My fiancé said, cancel the wedding. I found someone better. I said, already done. What I didn't tell her was that I'd been planning my exit for months. When she discovered where her secret savings account money actually went. I, 29 male, am sitting in my empty apartment right now, boxes packed, lease ending tomorrow. Feels surreal typing this out, but I need to tell someone. 6 hours ago, my fiancée Natalie, 27, sat me down for the talk. Wedding was supposed to be in 8 weeks. She was wearing the dress I bought her for her birthday, hair done like she was going somewhere special. Should have been my first clue. "We need to cancel the wedding," she said, not even looking me in the eye. "I've found someone better." The words hit exactly like I knew they would. See, I'd been preparing for this moment for 3 months. 3 months of knowing but saying nothing. 3 months of planning while she thought she was playing me. "Already done," I said. Her head snapped up. "What?" "I canceled everything last week. Venue, catering, photographer, got most of the deposits back too." The look on her face, pure confusion. In her mind, this was supposed to be her big dramatic moment. She'd drop the bomb, I'd beg, she'd leave feeling superior. Instead, I was calm, ready. How did you? "No, Natalie, you've been staying out until 3 a.m. for months. You changed your phone password. You hide your screen when you text. I'm not stupid." She tried to recover. "Well, good. Makes this easier. I'll pack my things in." "Your things are in the garage. 3 boxes, labeled." Another stunned look. "You packed my stuff?" "Tuesday, while you were at your book club." Air quotes. Petty, maybe, satisfying, definitely. Here's what Natalie didn't know. I found out about Garrett, 31, her coworker, 3 months ago. Not through snooping. She literally left her iPad logged into her messages on the kitchen counter. Saw enough to know what was happening. Instead of confronting her, I got strategic. First thing I did? Consulted a lawyer. We weren't married yet, but we'd been living together for 2 years. Wanted to know my rights, her rights, what I could and couldn't do. Learned some interesting things about our situation. See, we'd been saving for the wedding and a house. Had this system where we each put money into separate savings accounts. She insisted on separate, not joint. Red flag I ignored. She controlled hers, I controlled mine. We were supposed to combine them after the wedding. What Natalie didn't realize was that her secret savings account, the one she thought I didn't know about, wasn't as secret as she thought. Months ago, she'd asked me to help her set up online banking. I watched her create the login, saw her use her usual password pattern. Never used that knowledge until 3 months ago. When I checked, yes, I know, technically wrong, I found she'd been moving money from our wedding fund account to this secret one. About $200 a month. Balance was sitting at around $4,800. But here's the kicker. The account was still legally connected to her old checking account from college. An account her parents had co-signed. An account that, due to some lazy banking, still had her dad Theodore as a joint owner. Theodore, who absolutely despises cheaters after his first wife left him for another man. Theodore, who I'd grown close to over the years. Theodore, who I'd had lunch with last month where I might have mentioned his daughter seemed distant lately. "I'm taking my money from the wedding account," Natalie said, trying to regain control. "All of it?" "Sure, your contributions are all yours." I pulled out my phone, showed her the banking app. "Already transferred your $3,600 back to your checking this morning." "That's it. What about the rest?" "What rest? That's exactly what you put in. I have the records." She went pale, started doing mental math. See, she'd been telling me she was contributing $500 a month but only putting in $300. The other $200 went to her secret fund. In her mind, she had at least $10 saved between both accounts. Reality? About $8,400 total. "This isn't right. I saved more than that." "No, you told me you were saving more. Big difference." She stood up, angry now. "Fine. Whatever. Garrett makes 3 times what you do anyway." Garrett finally said his name, the marketing director who'd been promising her the world, taking her to fancy restaurants on his expense account, buying her jewelry she had to hide, making her feel like she was trading up. "Good for Garrett," I said. "Hope he's cool with your spending habits." "What's that supposed to mean?" I shrugged. "Nothing. Just that you spent $400 on a purse last week while telling me we needed to cut back on wedding expenses. Interesting priorities." She grabbed her phone, started texting furiously. Probably Garrett, telling him to come get her. "Oh, I added, super casual. About your savings, the secret one? Might want to check that. She froze. How do you? Natalie, you used your birthday for the password, after you changed it from your dog's name, which you also used for your laptop. You're not exactly a mastermind. She opened her banking app. I watched her face change as she saw the balance. What did you do? Me. Nothing. Your dad, though, he saw some unusual activity on an account he co-owns. As is his right, moved the money to protect it. You should call him. The next 20 minutes were beautiful chaos. She called her father, screaming about theft, demanding her money back. I could hear Theodore's calm voice through the phone. Natasha told me some interesting things about Garrett, about how you've been behaving. That money was for your wedding, not your affair. It's in a term deposit now. You can have it when you actually get married, to someone who isn't already married. Oh yeah. That was the other thing. Garrett? Married with 2 kids. Natalie didn't know until Theodore informed her just now. Theodore's golf buddy works in Garrett's company. Small world. She hung up, looked at me with pure hatred. You vindictive piece of... Vindictive? Natalie, you were actively planning to humiliate me. You let me send out wedding invitations while you were picking out outfits for dates with another man. I'm just protecting myself. I'll sue you, and my father. You can't. Your father can absolutely control an account he co-owns. I never touched your money, and that $3,600, that's every penny you put in our wedding fund. What exactly are you suing for? She called Garrett. Put it on speaker by accident. His annoyed voice filled the room. Nat, I told you not to call my work phone. Look, about tonight, something came up, family thing. Can we postpone? Postpone? I just left Ryan. I need you to come get me. Long pause. Left him? What do you mean left him? I told him about us, like we planned. We didn't plan anything. Jesus, Natalie, I have to go. Click. The look on her face, reality hitting like a freight train. No fiancé, no backup plan, no secret savings, no apartment. Lease was in my name only. She made more calls. Friends who were suddenly busy. Her sister who said she couldn't deal with your drama right now. Finally called an Uber to her mom's house. As she waited, dragging her boxes to the door, she turned back one last time. I hope you're happy. You've ruined everything. No, Natalie, you ruined everything. I just refused to let you ruin me too. The Uber pulled up. She left without another word. I'm moving tomorrow. Already got a job lined up in another city. Fresh start. The apartment's empty except for my stuff, all packed and ready. 3 months of pretending everything was normal while watching her lie to my face. 3 months of careful planning. 3 months of letting her think she was in control. Worth every second. Update 1. Holy hell, the entitlement is off the charts. So I'm in my new city, staying at an extended stay hotel, while I apartment hunt. Blocked Natalie on everything before I left, but she knows my email. Woke up to 19 messages. 19. Started with anger. You're a sociopath. Who planned something like this? Moved to bargaining. Can we talk? I made a mistake, but we can work through this. Ended with threats. I know where you work now. I'll tell them what kind of person you are. That last one made me laugh. She thinks she knows where I work because she saw me update my LinkedIn. What she doesn't know, I haven't started yet. Don't start for another 2 weeks. Also, my new company, they specifically headhunted me. Pretty sure they won't care about drama from my ex. But the emails weren't the best part. No, the best part was the text I got from Theodore. Theodore, Ryan, hope you're settling in well. Thought you should know Natalie attempted to access the term deposit. Bank flagged it as potential fraud since she's not authorized. I've had to secure all my accounts now. Also, she's telling people you manipulated me. My daughter, who lied for months, is claiming manipulation. The irony. Then he sent a screenshot of a text she sent him. Dad, you have to give me my money. Ryan poisoned you against me. Garrett was just a friend. Nothing happened. I need that money for a new apartment. This is financial abuse. Theodore's response, the only abuse I see is of the trust others placed in you. The money stays where it is. But wait, it gets better. Yesterday, I get a call from the wedding venue. Remember how I said I canceled everything? Well, the venue has a generous cancellation policy. Full refund if canceled 6+ weeks before the event. I got back our $3,000 deposit. Here's where Natalie screwed herself. When we booked it, she insisted on being the primary contact because she wanted to control the planning. Fine by me. But when I canceled, I did it over the phone, said I was calling on behalf of the couple. They processed it, sent confirmation to the email on file, which was hers. She apparently didn't check that email for days, only found out when she tried to call the venue to change the date for her and Garrett. The audacity. They told her the booking was canceled and refunded. She demanded to know where the refund went. To the credit card that made the deposit. My credit card. To another email. That venue money is half mine. You stole from me. I forwarded that one to my lawyer friend, not officially retained, just a buddy from college. He laughed. She wants to claim half of a canceled wedding venue for a wedding she ended? Good luck with that. But the real kicker came this morning. Remember Garrett? Mr. 3 times my salary marketing director? I know someone who works adjacent to his company. They told me some interesting news. Garrett's been placed on administrative leave. Turns out, using your company credit card for dates with your side piece is frowned upon, especially when your wife's divorce lawyer subpoenas the records. Yeah, his wife found out. Don't know if it was Natalie's calls to his work phone or what, but she found out, and she's not playing around. So Natalie's grand plan of trading up resulted in lost her fiancé, me, lost her housing, lost her secret savings, lost her side piece, burned bridges with friends who are tired of her drama, pissed off her father who controls the only money she thought she had, and now Garrett's probably losing his job and half his assets in divorce. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here with my full wedding fund minus her contributions I returned, venue refund, fresh start in a new city, job that pays 40% more than my old one, peace of mind. The entitlement though, she really thought she could monkey branch from me to Garrett while keeping me as backup. Really thought her secret savings made her clever, really thought there'd be no consequences. My favorite email from her? You don't understand what you've done. I was going to have everything. Yeah, Natalie, you were, and you threw it away for a married man who was just using you. More updates as the crazy continues, because something tells me she's not done yet. Update 2, the extinction burst has, wait no, this isn't that, this is something else. This is pure, concentrated entitlement meeting reality and losing badly. So remember how Natalie thought she was getting everything? Well, she's been busy, desperately, frantically busy. First, she tried the financial angle, hired a lawyer, an actual lawyer. Except, what do you hire a lawyer for when you're not married, have no kids, and no shared assets? She wanted to sue for 1. Emotional damages from me canceling the wedding, 2. Her share of the venue refund, 3. The stolen savings account money, 4. Lost wages from having to move back with her mom. Her lawyer lasted exactly 1 consultation. Probably told her she had no case. I know this because Theodore sent me a text. She asked me to pay for a lawyer to sue you and me. I suggested she use her money. She hung up. Next, she tried getting our mutual friends involved. Started calling people we'd invited to the wedding, spinning this sob story about how I'd financially abused her and trapped her into cheating. Yeah, she actually tried to claim I made her cheat by being emotionally unavailable. Problem? Our friends aren't idiots. Her best friend Jess called me. Did Natalie really try to claim you forced her to date Garrett? Because she told me 3 months ago she was in love with him and planning to leave you after the wedding so she could get gifts first. After the wedding, for gifts. I sent Jess a thank you card for saving me from that nightmare. But here's where it gets really good. Natalie decided if she couldn't get money from me or her dad, she'd get it from Garrett, started harassing him. Calling his work, the phone he told her not to call, showing up at his office, demanding he take responsibility for ruining her life. Security had to escort her out, twice. Garrett, trying to save his marriage and job, did the only thing he could. He threw Natalie under the bus. Told his wife that Natalie pursued him relentlessly, that she wouldn't take no for an answer, that he was trying to be professional, but she misread signals. Complete BS, but his wife wanted to believe it. So now Natalie's getting legal letters from W sources. Garrett's divorce lawyer, cease and desist for contacting their client, and his company's HR, formal trespass warning. She emailed me about this too. Look what you've caused. Garrett's wife is threatening me with a restraining order. This is your fault. My fault. Her affair partner's wife wanting her to stay away is my fault. But the pinnacle of entitlement came yesterday. I get a call from my old apartment complex. The lovely manager, Rosa, who always remembered my name. Mr. Ryan, I'm so sorry to bother you, but we have a situation. Miss Natalie is here demanding we let her into your old unit. She says she has property there. Rosa, I moved out 4 days ago. Turned in keys, did the walkthrough with you. The apartment is empty. I know, sir. I told her that. She insists you hid her grandmother's ring somewhere in the apartment. Her grandmother's ring. The woman never even met her grandmothers. Both died before she was born. She was trying to claim I had some family heirloom to get access to. What? An empty apartment? Rosa, there's no ring. She's lying. Please don't let her in. Oh, I won't. But sir, she's making quite a scene. Should I call the police? I could hear Natalie screaming in the background about theft and heirlooms and legal rights. If she doesn't leave, yes. 10 minutes later, Rosa texted me. Police came. She left. Very angry. Sorry for the trouble. Later found out from Jess what the ring story was about. Natalie thought I might have left something valuable in the apartment by accident. Maybe hidden cash, or forgotten to change my forwarding address for some financial documents. She invented the grandmother's ring to try to get access to Snoop. The apartment she watched me clean out completely. The apartment where she packed her own boxes. That apartment. She's now telling people I stole her priceless family heirloom and the police are investigating. The police who literally just removed her from private property for trespassing. Theodore texted me again last night. She asked me to say her grandmother's ring is worth $50,000 so she can file an insurance claim. I reminded her both her grandmothers were buried with their rings. She called me a traitor to the family. The delusion is real. Meanwhile, I started my new job this week. Love it. Great team, better pay, actual growth potential. Found a nice apartment downtown. Life is good. Natalie's living with her mom, unemployed, quit her job expecting Garrett to support her, banned from Garrett's workplace, painted as a homewrecker in her social circle, and inventing imaginary heirlooms to try to squeeze money from anywhere she can. The entitlement is staggering. She really can't accept that her choices led to consequences. In her mind, she was supposed to leave me for Garrett, keep the money, get the gifts, have the fairy tale. Instead, she got exactly what she earned. Nothing. Still getting daily emails, still not reading them. My lawyer friend says to keep them all for documentation if she escalates. Something tells me we're not done yet. Final update. Time for the final update, and boy did Natalie give us a grand finale. 3 weeks ago the emails stopped, just stopped. After weeks of daily rants, accusations, and threats, suddenly, nothing. I should have known she was planning something. My buddy Keith, who still lives in my old city, called me last week. Dude, did you know Natalie's been telling people you died? I'm sorry, what? Yeah, man, she's posting all over social media about losing her soulmate in a tragic accident, getting sympathy donations and everything. Donations. This woman was fake mourning me for money. Keith sent screenshots, black and white photos of us from when we were happy, ironically. Long posts about grief and healing. A GoFundMe for funeral expenses and time to grieve. She'd raised $3,200. But here's where Natalie made a crucial error. She forgot that social media is social. People who donated started asking questions. What happened? Where's the obituary? When's the funeral? Her answers kept changing. Car accident. No, workplace accident. Actually, sudden illness. The funeral was private. No, it was delayed. Actually, cremation with no service. My former coworker Pablo, bless him, decided to call her out publicly. That's weird, because Ryan just endorsed me on LinkedIn yesterday. The comments exploded. People realizing I was very much alive, demanding refunds, threatening to report her for fraud. Natalie tried damage control. It's a metaphor. He's dead to me. You all misunderstood. Nobody was buying it. But wait, there's more. Theodore called me, laughing so hard he could barely speak. Ryan, you'll never believe this. She asked me to confirm you died so she could claim your life insurance. What life insurance? Exactly. She thought since you were engaged, she'd automatically be your beneficiary. I had to explain that's not how any of this works. The GoFundMe got shut down. She had to refund everyone. Several people reported her to the police for fraud. Don't know if anything came of it, but the public humiliation was thorough. Then came the final, desperate play. Remember how I mentioned I'd been pretty strategic about this whole thing? Well, one thing I did was document everything. Every lie, every text admitting to the affair, every crazy email. I never posted it anywhere, just kept it for my own protection. Natalie somehow convinced herself that I must be planning to expose her and decided to beat me to it. She created a whole website, mytruthaboutryan.com, not linking it, it's gone now anyway. On this website, she posted what she called evidence of my abuse. Screenshots of me saying okay when she said she was staying late, proof I was controlling. Or bank statements showing I made more money, proof I was financially dominating her. Photos of her boxes packed in the garage, proof I threw her out. She sent the link to everyone. My friends, family, co-workers at my old job even tried to find my new company. One small problem. She included the screenshots of her own texts to Garrett, the ones where she called me pathetic and said she was just using him until something better came along. Where she admitted to lying about the wedding fund contributions. Where she laughed about me not knowing. She literally exposed herself. My favorite response came from my Aunt Martha. Sweetheart, this website makes you look like the villain, not him. The site lasted 72 hours before she took it down. But the internet is forever, and plenty of people got screenshots. The aftermath. Natalie is now completely radioactive in our former social circle. The fake death fundraiser was the final straw for everyone. Even Jess, who'd tried to stay neutral, cut her off. Garrett's divorce went through. He lost his job and is paying massive alimony. His ex-wife actually sent me a Facebook message. Thank you for getting that parasite away from my husband. She did me a favor in the long run. Theodore disowned her. Not legally, but practically. Told her she's on her own until she learns what truth means. That term deposit? He donated it to a charity for struggling single mothers. People who actually need help. Natalie's mom kicked her out after the police showed up about the fraud allegations. Last I heard, she was couch surfing and working at a cell phone kiosk at the mall. As for me, life's great. Love the new job, new city, new apartment. Started dating someone. Taking it slow, but she's amazing. Honest, independent, has her own life and goals. Funny thing about consequences. Natalie spent so much time trying to avoid them, trying to scheme her way around them, that she created worse ones for herself. If she'd just broken up with me honestly, she'd have her $3,600, her dignity, and probably a new relationship. Instead, she tried to play everyone and ended up playing herself. I'm done thinking about her, done checking for emails, done caring what she does next. She's broke, alone, and infamous for faking my death for money. That's not revenge, that's just the natural result of her choices. Thanks for following this wild ride. Going to delete this account and move on with my life. A much, much better life than I ever would have had with her. Remember, when someone shows you who they are, believe them. And when they try to screw you over, make sure you're already 3 steps ahead. Peace out. My girlfriend announced, I've decided we're having an open relationship without discussing it first. I said, that's perfect timing. What her sister told her the next day about who I'd been seen with made her rethink everything. I, 29 male, was sitting on the couch last Thursday night, scrolling through my phone after dinner. My girlfriend Zoe, 27, of 4 years walks in from the bedroom, sits down across from me, not next to me, which should have been my first clue, and drops this bomb. So I've decided we're having an open relationship. Not, I want to discuss, not, what do you think about, just straight up, I've decided. I looked up from my phone. You've decided? Yeah, I've been thinking about it for a while. We're young, we should explore, experience other people. It's healthy. When did you decide this? Does it matter? I'm telling you now. I leaned back, processing. 4 years together, living together for 2, and she just decides. Unilaterally, like she's choosing what to watch on Netflix. Okay, she blinked. Okay? Yeah, that's actually perfect timing. Her face did this weird twitch thing. Perfect timing? Yeah, Cassidy from the coffee shop has been asking me out for months. I've been turning her down because, I had a girlfriend. But if we're open now. Zoe's mouth opened and closed like a fish. Cassidy? The barista with the tattoos? Yeah. She's really cool, plays bass in a band too. You've been talking to her? She serves me coffee every morning, Zoe. We chat. She's made it pretty clear she's interested. I just always said I was taken, but now I'm not. Well, not exclusively. The silence stretched out. I could practically see the gears turning in her head. This wasn't how she'd pictured this conversation going. I mean, we should have rules, she said finally. Sure. What kind of rules? Like, we tell each other everything and no catching feelings. And? I don't know. I haven't thought about all the details yet. Maybe you should have thought about them before deciding for both of us. She stood up, pacing now. You're being really calm about this. Should I not be? This is what you want, right? Yes, it is. Cool, then we're good. I'll probably ask Cassidy out tomorrow. Tomorrow? Why wait? We're open now, right? She stomped off to the bedroom. I heard her on the phone, probably with her sister Chloe or her best friend Ava. Whatever. She made her bed, now we both get to lie in it. With other people, apparently. The funny thing is, I wasn't even mad. Just disappointed? We'd had issues lately, sure. Less intimate, more like roommates. But I thought we'd work through it. Apparently, she thought we'd work through it by adding more people. Fine by me. Two can play this game. Update 1. Hoo boy, where do I even start? So Friday morning, I did exactly what I said. Went to get my usual coffee, and when Cassidy asked how my morning was going, I said, actually, pretty interesting. My girlfriend decided we're in an open relationship now. Cassidy raised an eyebrow. Decided? Just like that? Just like that. Wow. How do you feel about it? Honestly, once the shock wore off, kind of relieved. We've been off for a while. She leaned on the counter. The coffee shop was empty, that sweet spot between morning rush and lunch crowd. So, that means you're available? Apparently so. Want to grab drinks tonight? My band's playing at Rosewood Bar at 9. I'd love to. When I got home that evening to change, Zoe was getting ready too. Full makeup, her little black dress, the works. Going out? I asked. Yeah, meeting someone. Cool. Me too. She froze with her lipstick halfway to her mouth. Already? Cassidy's band is playing. Should be fun. The barista? The musician, yeah. She finished her lipstick aggressively. Whatever. Have fun. You too. Here's the thing. I wasn't trying to be petty. She wanted open. We're open. But apparently, she thought open meant she could date while I sat at home pining. Saturday morning was awkward. We both came home around the same time, separately. She looked tired. I probably did too, but for different reasons. Cassidy's band went on late, and we stayed talking until 3 a.m. How was your night? I asked, making coffee. Fine. Yours? Great, actually. Cassidy's band is really good. They're playing a festival next month. She scrolled through her phone aggressively. Then, Mom wants us to come to dinner tomorrow. Both of us? Of course both of us. We're still together. In an open relationship, that doesn't mean we're not together. Okay, I'll be there. Sunday dinner was interesting. Zoe was super affectionate, holding my hand, touching my arm, laughing at everything I said. Her parents probably thought we'd never been happier. Her sister Chloe kept giving us weird looks though. Monday is when things got really interesting. I was at work when I got a text from Chloe. Were you at Brewster's Steakhouse last night? Me, yeah, why? With a redhead? Yeah, Cassidy, why? Me. Turns out, Chloe had been at Brewster's with her boyfriend. She saw me there with Cassidy, having dinner. And not just any redhead. Cassidy happens to be Zoe's regional manager's daughter. Yeah, the daughter of her boss. Does Zoe know you're dating Heather's daughter? Me, we're in an open relationship. Zoe's decision. What? Me, she didn't tell you? No, WTF. About an hour later, my phone exploded. 22 texts from Zoe in rapid succession. Cassidy is Heather's daughter? You knew this? How could you? This is so inappropriate. You need to stop seeing her. Now, I mean it. This affects my job. Are you trying to humiliate me? Answer me. Where are you? We need to talk. This isn't what I meant. You're doing this on purpose? To hurt me. I can't believe you. Come home now. Please. We need to discuss this. You can't date my boss's daughter. That's insane. Please respond. I sent back one text. At work. We can talk tonight about the rules you forgot to make. When I got home, Zoe was pacing the living room like a caged animal. You knew she was Heather's daughter. Actually, I didn't. Found out last night when she mentioned her mom runs the regional office for your company. Small world, huh? You have to stop seeing her. Why? Because she's my boss's daughter. So, we're in an open relationship. You decided, I'm just going with it. Not with her. You said we needed rules. We never made any. Can't retroactively add them now. She actually screamed, like full throat screamed. You're doing this to get back at me. Zoe, you announced we're open. I accepted it. I'm dating someone. You wanted this. I wanted us to explore, have fun. Not this. What did you think would happen? That's when the truth came out. She'd already been talking to some guy named Dimitri from her gym for weeks. She figured announcing the open relationship would let her test the waters with him while keeping me as backup. She never thought I'd actually date anyone, especially not immediately. So this whole thing was just so you could cheat with permission? It's not cheating if we're open, but it would have been cheating for the past few weeks when you were already flirting with him? Silence. Get out. What? I need space. Go stay with Chloe or your parents. I need to think. You can't kick me out. I live here. You're right, I'll go then. I packed a bag and left. Went to my buddy Jerome's place. And guess what? When I check Instagram later that night, there's Zoe posted up with gym bro Dimitri at some wine bar. Caption, exploring new connections. The comments were savage. Bunch of people asking about me, saying they just saw us at her parents' dinner. She was deleting comments in real time. Oh, and Cassidy texted, hey, weird question, but my mom just asked if I'm dating someone named Zoe's boyfriend. She seemed concerned. This is messier than I thought it would be. Update 2. The entitlement has reached nuclear levels, so I've been staying at Jerome's for 3 days. He's been a real one, letting me crash while I figure things out. Cassidy's been understanding too. I explained the whole situation and she was like, Flake, wait, she decided you're open and now she's mad you're actually dating? That's wild. Tuesday morning, I get a call from my landlord. Apparently, Zoe called him saying I abandoned the apartment and she needs my name off the lease because I'm unstable. Landlord knows me though. I've been there 5 years, never missed rent. He called to check what's really happening. We're having relationship issues. I'm staying with a friend for a few days to cool off. Rent's paid through next month. She says you moved out permanently. I took 1 bag of clothes, man. My gaming setup is still there. Figured something was off. She sounded aggressive. Yeah, that's why I'm at Jerome's. He said to keep him posted and don't worry about the lease for now. Cool, dude. But then things got weird. Zoe started showing up at places. First, the coffee shop. Cassidy texted me, your ex is here staring daggers at me. She's not my ex yet, also sorry. She ordered a water and has been sitting here for an hour. It's creepy. Then she showed up at my work, told the receptionist she was my girlfriend and needed to talk to me urgently. Security had to escort her out when she wouldn't leave. But the peak entitlement came Wednesday night. I was at dinner with Cassidy at this small Italian place. Not hiding, just living my life. Zoe walks in with Dimitri. The hostess starts to seat them, right next to us. Zoe, what a coincidence. Zoe, there are 20 empty tables. Please sit anywhere else. It's a free country. We can sit where we want. Cassidy, absolute queen. Actually, we were just leaving. Enjoy your meal. As we're getting up, Zoe grabs my arm. We need to talk. We really don't. You live with me. I'm staying with Jerome right now, as you know, since you tried to get me off the lease. Dimitri, who looks like he benches small cars, finally speaks. Bro, maybe you should talk to her. Bro, maybe you should mind your business. We should go. Oh, she's making decisions for you now? No, she's being reasonable. Something you might want to try. We left, but Zoe wasn't done. She followed us out to the parking lot. You can't just walk away from 4 years. You walked away when you decided we're open without discussing it. I made a mistake. No, you made a decision. Now live with it. She started crying, but not sad crying, angry crying. Chloe was right. You were being cruel. I'm being cruel? You planned this whole thing to date Dimitri guilt-free while keeping me as backup. That's not. I didn't. Your sister literally told me you've been talking about him for months. Yeah. Chloe spilled everything. Zoe had been crushing on Jim Bro since January. Planned the whole open relationship thing to test if he was interested while keeping me around in case it didn't work out. You don't understand. I was confused. No, you were selfish. Dimitri came out then. Babe, Our table's ready. Babe. They've been open for less than a week, and he's calling her babe. Today, Thursday, I get a text from Heather, Zoe's boss. Hi, this is Heather Martinez. I apologize for reaching out like this, but I think we need to address the elephant in the room. Are you available for coffee tomorrow? I screenshot it and send it to Cassidy. Your mom wants to have coffee with me? I'm so sorry. You don't have to go. Me, it's fine. Might be good to clear the air. So tomorrow I'm having coffee with my girlfriend's boss, who is also the mother of the woman I'm dating, because my girlfriend decided we should see other people. You can't make this stuff up. Oh, and the best part? Zoe sent me an itemized list of everything in the apartment she considers hers, including things I bought, like my coffee maker, that I bought before we met, because she uses it more. The audacity is astronomical. Final update. This is going to be my last update because I'm ready to move forward with my life, so coffee with Heather. I was nervous as hell, but she was surprisingly cool about everything. I want to start by saying Cassidy is an adult and makes her own choices, but I am concerned about the dynamics here. I completely understand. This isn't ideal. Zoe has been difficult at work lately. I wasn't going to mention anything, but then she requested a meeting with HR about workplace harassment because I asked her to focus during a presentation instead of texting. Oh God. She also tried to tell me I was creating a hostile work environment by allowing my daughter to date her boyfriend. I'm so sorry. Heather smiled. Don't be. I've been documenting her behavior for months. This just accelerated things. She's been underperforming, spends most of her time on personal calls, and creates drama with coworkers. Turns out Zoe's job was already on thin ice. This situation just highlighted her lack of professionalism. Saturday was moving day. I brought Jerome and 2 other buddies to get my stuff. Zoe had strategically placed sticky notes on everything she considered hers, including, I kid you not, my PlayStation that my brother gave me for Christmas. Her reasoning? I use it for Netflix. While packing, I found something interesting in the closet. A box of receipts and cards from Dimitri. Dating back to November, she'd been emotionally cheating for way longer than I thought. The real fireworks came when I started packing the kitchen. She tried to claim all the appliances because I don't even cook. Neither do you, Zoe. I was going to learn. When? Between gym dates? Dimitri was there trying to look tough. Maybe you should just let her have the blender, bro. Maybe you should ask her why she needs a $300 blender she's never used, bro. I took everything I paid for, left her with the decorative pillows she loved and the smart TV her parents gave her. Fair is fair. Monday, Zoe got fired. Not for the Cassidy situation, for calling in sick, then posting Instagram stories from a spa day with Dimitri. Heather didn't even have to push for it. Zoe dug her own grave. She blew up my phone. I got fired. This is your fault. You ruined my life. Over your stupid ego. I hope you're happy. Cassidy made her mom fire me. I'm going to sue for wrongful termination and emotional distress. You'll be sorry. I forwarded the screenshots to Heather with Cassidy's permission, just in case. Heather's response: she was fired for time card fraud and absence without leave. Has nothing to do with anyone's relationship. I have documentation going back 6 months. Tell her to have her lawyer contact ours. The lawsuit threats stopped real quick after that. But the best part? Remember how she wanted an open relationship to explore with Dimitri? Well, turns out Dimitri thought open meant open. Zoe found him on Tinder, actively swiping. When she confronted him, he said, "But babe, I thought we weren't exclusive? That's what you wanted, right?" She tried to explain that she could see other people, but he was supposed to only see her. He laughed. Actually laughed at her. Then left. So in 2 weeks, she went from having a stable relationship, good job, and nice apartment to being single, unemployed, and moving back with her parents. Meanwhile, Cassidy and I are taking things slow. We're not official or anything. I need time to process everything. But she's been amazing through this whole mess. Supportive without being pushy. Understanding that I'm fresh out of a 4-year relationship. Jerome helped me find a great studio apartment. It's smaller, but it's all mine. No drama, no manipulation, no surprise announcements about major relationship changes. Last text exchange with Zoe. Her. Can we please talk? I miss us. There is no us. You ended that when you made a unilateral decision about our relationship. I was confused. I made a mistake. You were calculating. You made a choice. Now live with it. So that's it? 4 years and you just walk away? You walked first? I just kept walking. She's blocked now. On everything. Chloe reached out to apologize for her sister, said their whole family is embarrassed by how Zoe handled things. Apparently she's been telling everyone I manipulated her into an open relationship, then sabotaged her life. But everyone knows the truth because, well, Chloe has receipts of Zoe bragging about her genius plan to date Dimitri risk-free. Life lesson learned. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. When someone makes unilateral decisions about your relationship, they're telling you exactly how much they value your input. And when someone wants to have their cake and eat it too, sometimes the best response is to take the whole bakery with you when you leave. I'm doing good now. Better than good, actually. Free. Thanks for following along on this wild ride. Time to close this chapter and start fresh. My girlfriend said, "Why can't you be successful like my ex?" during an argument. I said, "You're right, let me fix that." What she found out about my unsuccessful bank account the next day made her beg me to stay. I, 31 male, need to get this off my chest while it's still fresh. Yesterday, my girlfriend Melissa, 29, of 18 months, basically nuked our relationship with one sentence, and now she's blowing up my phone, acting like I'm the villain for showing her exactly what she asked to see. We'd been having a rough patch lately. Nothing major, just the usual stress. Her lease was up, we were talking about moving in together, normal relationship progression stuff. I work in IT consulting, drive a 2018 Honda Accord, live in a decent but not fancy one-bedroom. Melissa works in pharmaceutical sales, makes good money, drives a leased BMW. The argument started stupid. We were at dinner Saturday night, and she was going on about her coworker's engagement ring. 3 carats, platinum band, custom design, the works. I made some comment about how that seemed excessive, and she got quiet. "You just don't get it," she said. "Get what?" "The importance of showing you care, investing in your future." I knew where this was heading. We danced around this before. "Melissa, we've talked about this. I'm saving for our future. Being responsible doesn't mean I don't care." She stabbed at her pasta. Trevor never had a problem showing he cared. Trevor, the ex-investment banker, drove a Tesla, took her to Cabo twice a year. Trevor, the guy she swore she was over when we started dating. "We're not talking about Trevor," I said. "Maybe we should." Her voice had that edge. Trevor understood ambition. Trevor had his life together by 30. I have my life together. She laughed. Actually laughed. "You drive a Honda, David. You shop at Target. Your idea of a vacation is visiting your parents. What's wrong with any of that?" And then she said it. The sentence that changed everything. "Why can't you be successful like my ex?" At least Trevor had the drive to actually make something of himself, instead of just coasting through life like you. The restaurant felt silent, even though it wasn't. I set down my fork. "You think I'm unsuccessful? I think you lack ambition. You're content being mediocre." IT consulting? Really? Trevor was making partner track at 28. "And where's Trevor now?" I asked. "Living his best life in Manhattan, probably. While I'm here arguing about ring sizes with someone who thinks Olive Garden is fine dining." I pulled out my wallet, threw down cash for dinner. "You're right. I should be more like Trevor, more successful. Let me work on that." She rolled her eyes. "Don't be dramatic. I'm not. You want to see success? I'll show you success. Give me 24 hours. "David, stop. No, you made your point. I'm unsuccessful, mediocre. Got it. Let's go." The drive home was silent. She tried to backtrack when we got to her place, said she didn't mean it that way, but I was done talking, told her I'd call her tomorrow. Went home and made some phone calls, set some things in motion. She wanted to see success? Fine. Update 1. So yesterday, Sunday, was interesting. Started with 37 missed calls from Melissa. Ignored them all. Had stuff to do. First stop, the Mercedes dealership. Not to buy, to pick up. See, here's what Melissa didn't know. That 2018 Honda? I bought it cash to replace my AMG GT after I decided I was tired of the attention. The payments I told her I was making, that money was going straight into index funds. The dealer still had my info on file. "Mr. Davidson, long time. Still have the GT?" "Sold it 2 years ago." but I'm thinking about something new. What have you got? 3 hours later, drove off in a 2024 S-Class. Matte black, paid in full. The sales guy remembered me from my last purchase and asked if I was still doing the stealth wealth thing. Not anymore, I told him. Next stop, my storage unit. The one Melissa didn't know existed. Pulled out some documents I'd need for tomorrow, grabbed a few other things. My Rolex, the one my dad gave me when I sold my first company at 26. Some photos from my old office. The patent certificates. That IT consulting gig she mocked? It's my company. Started it 5 years ago after selling my first startup. We handle security infrastructure for 3 Fortune 500s. I keep my name off the website, work remote, let my team handle the flashy stuff. Why? Because I learned early that money makes people weird. But Melissa wanted successful. So successful she was getting. Texted her at 3 p.m. Can we meet tomorrow? Want to show you something. She replied instantly, OMG, finally. I've been worried sick. Yes, whatever you want. Coffee shop on 3rd, 10 a.m. Bring your laptop. My laptop? Why? Just bring it. Then I made one more call. To Veronica, my attorney. Explained the situation. You sure about this? She asked. Yup. Draw it up. Update 2, Monday morning, 10 a.m. Walked into the coffee shop wearing the Tom Ford suit I hadn't touched in 2 years. The Rolex visible. Carrying my actual laptop bag, the Hermes one, not the Best Buy special I usually use. Melissa was already there, nervous energy radiating. Her eyes went wide when she saw me. David, you look different. Sat down across from her. You said you wanted successful. This is successful. I don't understand. Pull up LinkedIn. What? Your laptop? Pull up LinkedIn. Search for Davidson Security Solutions. She typed, confused. Found the company page. 200 employees. Major contracts listed, founded 2019. Okay, check the founder. She clicked. There was my photo, my real bio, the one that mentioned the previous exit, the patents, the board positions I held. Her face went white. This is your company? Yup. But you said you were a consultant. I am. For my own company, I consult on the high-level stuff. My team handles day-to-day. Why didn't you tell me? Because I wanted someone who loved me for me, not my bank account. Guess I failed that test. She was scrambling now. David, I didn't mean. I was frustrated. You know I love you. Do I? Because Saturday you literally said I was mediocre, unsuccessful, not like Trevor. I was being stupid. No, you were being honest for the first time probably. That's not fair. I pulled out my phone, showed her a photo. See this house? The one in the hills? I bought it 3 years ago. Cash. It's been rented out because I liked my apartment better. Less pretentious. Her jaw dropped. The Honda? Sold my Mercedes because I got tired of people like you only seeing the car. The clothes? I donate thousands in designer stuff every year because wearing it makes me feel like a tool. David, please? But hey, you want Trevor-level success? Cool, I'll move into the house, drive the Mercedes, wear the watches, play the part. But here's the thing, you won't be there to see it. What? Pulled out the document Veronica prepared. This is a list of everything you said I couldn't afford or wasn't ambitious enough to get. The ring you wanted? Could buy it tomorrow. The Cabo trips? I own a timeshare there I never use. The lifestyle you think equals success? I actively chose to reject it. I don't understand why you're doing this. Because you showed me who you really are. You don't want a partner, you want a bank account with abs, and the messed up part? I was going to propose next month. Had the ring already. 2 carats, princess cut, exactly what you pinned on your Pinterest. She started crying. You were gonna propose? Was, past tense, before I found out I'm only worth what's in my wallet to you. That's not true. David, please. We can work through this. No, we can't. Because every time I'd look at you, I'd wonder if you actually loved me or just the lifestyle. That's not a marriage. That's a business arrangement. She grabbed my hand. I love you. I was being stupid and shallow and I'm sorry. You compared me to your ex and found me lacking. Except you didn't even know who I really was. You just saw the Honda and the Target runs and decided I was beneath you. I never said that. You said I was coasting through life, mediocre. Those were your words. I was wrong. Yeah, you were. But not about what you think. You were wrong about what success looks like. It's not about the car or the watch or the zip code. It's about being happy with your choices. I was happy being low-key, but that wasn't enough for you. Update 3. she didn't leave quietly. Oh no, Melissa went full nuclear. First came the texts. Screenshots of them would probably break the internet. You lied to me for 18 months. You made me look like an idiot. This is emotional manipulation. You're a sociopath for hiding this. Then came the smear campaign. By Tuesday afternoon, her version of events was all over her social media. According to her, I was a deceptive narcissist who hid my wealth to test women and got off on watching her struggle. Struggle? Girl drove a leased BMW and lived in a luxury apartment complex. Her friends started attacking me online, calling me manipulative, saying I was abusive for hiding assets, claiming I probably did this to other women. One even suggested I had trust issues that bordered on mental illness. The thing is, I never lied. Not once. I told her I worked in IT consulting. True. I said I was saving money. True. I said I preferred a simple lifestyle. True. She just never asked follow-up questions because she'd already decided I was beneath her ambition level. But the best part came Wednesday. Got a call from Trevor. Yeah, the ex. Hey man, this is awkward, but I wanted to give you a heads up. About Melissa. She's been texting me nonstop since Sunday, saying you two broke up, wanting to get coffee, asking if I'm single. Seriously? Yeah. She sent me some article about high-value men and said she realized she'd been settling for less than she deserved. Wow. Look, I don't know you, but I know her. She did this when we were together too. Always comparing me to her friends' boyfriends, always wanting more. I made partner, and suddenly it wasn't enough because someone else made senior partner younger. Why'd you stay? I didn't. That's why we broke up. She told people I cheated, but really I just got tired of never being enough. Why are you telling me this? Because she's now telling people you're abusive and manipulative. Figured you should know she's following the same playbook. Also, thought you might want to know she's been texting me since you guys started dating. I never responded, but she'd sent updates about how you weren't ambitious enough. I thanked him and hung up. Then called Veronica. Can we send a cease and desist for the defamation? Already drafting it. Thursday, Melissa's mom called. Carol, we'd met a few times, seemed nice enough. David, what is going on? Melissa is devastated. She said I was unsuccessful compared to her ex. I showed her otherwise. We broke up. She says you lied about being wealthy. I never lied. I just didn't flaunt it. There's a difference. You should have told her. Why? So she could love me for my money instead of pretending to love me despite thinking I was mediocre. She didn't mean those things. Carol, she texted Trevor 3 hours after our breakup trying to reconnect. She meant every word. Silence. Then, she did what? Ask her. Carol hung up. Found out later there was a massive fight. Melissa apparently admitted she'd been keeping options open with Trevor and 2 other exes throughout our relationship, just in case someone better came along. Update 4. It's been a week since the coffee shop confrontation. The entitlement escalated to absolutely unhinged levels. Friday got served. She was suing me for emotional distress and financial deception. Her claim? That I induced her into a relationship under false pretenses and caused her severe emotional trauma by hiding my wealth. She wanted $50,000 in damages. Veronica laughed for 5 solid minutes. She's suing you for not being poor? Apparently, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Countersue for defamation. She's been posting that you're abusive all over social media. But Saturday was when it went completely off the rails. I'd started moving into the house in the hills, finally deciding to actually live in the place I'd bought. Was unloading boxes when a car pulled up. Melissa, her mom Carol, and some dude in a cheap suit. Can I help you? I asked. Cheap suit stepped forward. I'm Melissa's attorney, Bradley Thornton. We're here to discuss settlement. Get off my property. Mr. Davidson, my client is willing to accept $30,000 and an NDA to make this all go away. Your client can accept these hands if she doesn't get off my property in the next 10 seconds. Melissa stepped forward. David, be reasonable. You humiliated me. You made me look like a gold digger. You are a gold digger. You literally texted your ex within hours of our breakup. That's not, I was hurt. You were shopping for a replacement before I even showed you my bank statement. Carol chimed in. David, just pay her. It's nothing to you anyway. The entitlement. The absolute balls. You know what? You're right. Money means nothing to me. pulled out my phone. Veronica? Yeah, they're here, at my house, trespassing and attempting extortion. Call the police. Bradley went pale. Now wait a minute. You have 5 minutes before cops arrive. Your choice. They scrambled back to the car, but Melissa couldn't resist one last shot. You'll regret this. Everyone will know what kind of person you are. Good. Tell them I'm the guy who dumped a gold digger. See how that plays out. Sunday brought the masterpiece, a GoFundMe. Help me rebuild after narcissistic abuse. Her story painted me as a millionaire who got his kicks from watching her struggle while hiding my wealth. Goal, $25,000. She raised $127. Someone commented, maybe date people for who they are next time instead of their wallet. But Monday was Karma's final kiss. Remember how she worked in pharmaceutical sales? Well, turns out her company has a social media policy and a morality clause, and her posts about me, the lawsuit, the GoFundMe, HR found them. Got a call from a mutual friend Tuesday. Melissa got fired. What? Yeah, the company said her online behavior reflected poorly on them. Plus, she was using company time to post all that stuff. They had screenshots of timestamps during work hours. Damn. It gets better. She can't get unemployment because it was termination for cause. And the lawsuit against you? Her lawyer dropped her after finding out she'd been lying about the timeline of events. Wednesday, one final text from Melissa. I hope you're happy. You've ruined my life. I didn't respond, but I did donate $1,000 to her GoFundMe with the note, for therapy, you need it. She refunded it within an hour. Final update. It's been 3 months now. Wanted to give one last update because the aftermath was instructive. Melissa's lawsuit went nowhere. Turns out judges don't appreciate people trying to sue others for not flaunting wealth. Her lawyer formally withdrew after Veronica sent over evidence of Melissa's text history with multiple exes during our relationship. Hard to claim emotional distress from deception when you're actively shopping for upgrades. The defamation countersuit, however, had teeth. Melissa ended up settling. Can't disclose the amount, but let's just say it covered my legal fees and then some. She also had to post a public retraction of her accusations. Her post was beautiful in its simplicity. I was wrong about David Davidson. He never lied to or abused me. I apologize for any misstatements I made in anger. The comments roasted her alive. Found out through the grapevine what happened next. Without her pharma job, she couldn't afford the luxury apartment. Moved back in with Carol. The leased BMW got repossessed after 2 missed payments. Her Instagram went from lifestyle posts to motivational quotes about rising from the ashes and learning from mistakes. She tried reaching out twice. Once through a mutual friend who said she wanted closure. I declined. Second time was a handwritten letter. Opened with, I know you hate me, but went straight into the shredder unread. Trevor actually reached out again last month. Apparently, Melissa had been stalking him too, showing up at his workplace, telling people they were reconnecting. His company had to issue a restraining order. He warned me she might try the same with me. She didn't, but her mom did call one more time. David, she's really struggling. Maybe you could. Carol, no disrespect, but your daughter told me I was mediocre and unsuccessful because I didn't flash money around. Then when she found out I had money, she tried to sue me for not telling her about it sooner. There's no maybe here. She's learned her lesson. Has she? Because last I heard she was telling people I manipulated her by pretending to be poor. She's in therapy now. Good for her. Still not my problem. You're really going to let 18 months go to waste? Those 18 months were already wasted the moment she decided my worth was tied to my net worth. That was the last contact. I ended up selling the house in the hills. Too many bad associations. Bought a different place. Still nice, but more my style. Kept the Mercedes for a month, then traded it for a Genesis. Comfortable but understated. The Rolex went back in the safe. Started dating someone new last month. Met her at a bookstore. She drives a 2015 Civic and thinks my job sounds boring. Hasn't asked about money once. When I suggested dinner at a nice place, she countered with tacos from a food truck. She might be the one. The thing is, I learned something important from all this. There's a difference between being private about success and hiding who you are. I was so focused on not attracting gold diggers that I forgot to just be myself. The real me is somewhere between the Honda and the Mercedes. between Target and Tom Ford. But Melissa? She showed me what happens when someone loves the idea of you more than the reality. When image matters more than substance. When success is measured in status symbols instead of satisfaction. She wanted me to be successful like her ex. Turns out I was more successful than she could imagine, just not in the way she valued. And that's the real tragedy here. Not that we broke up, but that she never saw success as anything more than a bank balance and a luxury car. Last I heard, she was dating some crypto guy who promises he'll be rich once the market rebounds. Good luck with that, Melissa. You're gonna need it.
My name is Ava. Currently, I've gone back to my hometown for childbirth. My husband, Jeffrey, is waiting for us at our new spacious apartment that we moved to for our child. I gave birth to my long-awaited child in my hometown while being supported by my parents who were waiting for their grandchild. We named him Thomas. He's a boy. When I informed Jeffrey about Thomas's birth, he texted back, "Congrats on the baby. Why don't you take it easy for a bit?" That message felt a bit curt to me. It's his son that's been born. I think he can worry about it a little more. However, Jeffrey ended our messaging exchange quickly without even asking for a picture of his child. I decided he must be busy with work and chose not to ask him anything. After completing my childbirth in my hometown, I decided to return to the apartment where Jeffrey was waiting a few weeks later. I didn't want to use public transportation like trains, so my dad agreed to drive me to the apartment. I returned to the apartment excited that I could finally show him Foma's face. Holding Thomas and accompanied by my dad who was carrying the luggage, I headed to our apartment where Jeffrey was supposed to be waiting. Today's a Sunday, so Jeffrey should be home. Jeffrey is the indoor type and, unless he has something to do, he would typically be home. As I unlocked the front door, I heard rapid footsteps from inside. I quickly realized those weren't Jeffrey's footsteps. They weren't usually so hurried. Rushing out from the living room was, surprisingly, my mother-in-law. I don't get along well with my Mill. Whenever she sees me, she makes passive-aggressive remarks. When I visit the in-laws with Jeffrey, and he and my father-in-law are not around, she often says, "Still working full-time even though you're a wife. No one thinks a working wife is attractive. You should quit your job soon." Without even knowing about my job. Furthermore, she says, "Your chores are neglected because you're working. Aren't you making Jeffrey help with chores too?" A wife should help her husband with everything, from changing his clothes to other tasks, making unrealistic demands. One day, Jeffrey happened to hear one of these remarks, but he only responded with, "Both of you, get along, please." It seems he thought my Mill and I were having a mutual argument, not realizing I was being subjected to one-sided criticism. Still, Jeffrey is well aware that I'm not comfortable around my Mill. I'm sure my Mill knows I don't like her. That's probably why she chose to be here when I returned from my hometown after childbirth. As evidence, my father-in-law isn't here. He's always been considerate, saying, "Ava must be tired of seeing her in-laws all the time. We'll keep our visits to a minimum." So, if he were here, he'd probably just take a look at his grandchild and then leave. However, with the absence of my father-in-law, who usually keeps my mother-in-law stop, the situation changes. My mother-in-law immediately started comparing me to my newborn, Thomas, in my arms and sneered. "I thought I'd never see a grandchild while I'm still alive, since you've been working all this time. I wonder when you had time to have a child with another man." I was taken aback. Her first words were just so harsh. My dad, who was carrying the bags, wasn't at the front door, so to my Mill it probably looked like I had returned alone. She thought we were alone, and started venting. "Mill, why would you say such a thing? This child is genuinely mine and Jeffrey's." "Oh really? Jeffrey actually had a child with you? You're not very good looking, to say the least. You're stubborn about not becoming a housewife even though you're married. I find it hard to believe that Jeffrey would have a child with someone as unattractive as you. Why don't you ask Jeffrey directly then? I think he'd tell you the truth." "Well, I'm asking you. Whose child is this?" I sighed. I didn't know how to talk to this clueless woman. If this goes on, she might even start talking ill of my newborn. I think I'll try to send her away quickly. Mill, I'm tired from giving birth. If you want to see your grandchild, could you please come visit another day? and if possible, with my father-in-law. Huh? What are you talking about? My home is here. What? I frowned, wondering what on earth my Mill was talking about, but she confidently puffed out her chest. I'll be living in this high-rise apartment, so it's pointless to try to kick me out. Actually, I'm the one who owns this place now. If you go against me, you'll be the ones getting kicked out. I sighed again. Her logic was so messed up that I began to doubt if she was truly wiser than me despite being older. This apartment is originally where Jeffrey and I lived. You're not paying any money. You can't claim to be the owner. Yet, my Mill remained unabashedly confident. The owner of this room is Jeffrey. Jeffrey is the one who let me into this high-rise apartment. He basically handed over the authority of this room to me. Do you really think that such reasoning works? The main pillar of this house is Jeffrey. So, as Jeffrey's mother, I hold even more authority. A daughter-in-law and her child should be in a lower position. The mother-in-law saw my what a hassle expression and laughed loudly, as if thinking she'd won. Daughters-in-law don't get their own rooms, lol. If you want to stay, I might just lend you space in the closet, lol. But only if you pay $1,000 a month, lol. Then, I'm leaving. I declared as much and then looked at my father beside me. Dad, can I go back to our family home? My father, having heard all of Mill's snide remarks, nodded firmly. The Mill seemed utterly unaware of anyone else's presence, looking as surprised as if she'd been shot with a BB gun. However, the mere fact my father was there didn't seem to slow down her momentum. Going back to your parents is such a shameful thing. LOL. This is why incompetent daughters-in-law are no good. LOL. Get out of my sight with that I don't even know whose baby is. My father responded to the loudly laughing Mill in a calm voice. I'll be informing your husband about this. Saying only that, he grabbed our things and headed back to the parking lot. Mill, apparently not quite grasping the situation, yelled after us from the open door, laughing scornfully. What's telling my husband going to do? LOL. There's no way my husband would ever feel sympathy for a failed family like yours. He'll probably tell you to never approach our house again. Do you know my husband is a company CEO? Why would he deal with a family when we don't even know what kind of job you have? We live in completely different worlds. If you get it, then tuck tail and run. Perhaps she was delighted by my decision to leave, because her laughter echoed all the way to the parking lot. She really should consider the neighbors. My father and I got into the car and simultaneously sighed. I heard you weren't getting along with the Mill. But I never imagined she'd be that terrible. Right. She always acts sweet in front of Jeffrey and father-in-law. I thought no one would believe me. I've only told Mom and Dad, but she was worse than you imagined, wasn't she? Yes, indeed. My father drove us to our family home. As he drove, I called my mom. My mom was concerned and told me, be careful and come back safely. Didn't seem like Jeffrey was around, but do you think he agrees with my Mill's farts? At my dad's question, I shook my head indicating I didn't know. For now, I fought to contact Jeffrey. But before I could call him, Jeffrey was the one to ring me up. As soon as I picked up, Jeffrey began talking in a frantic tone. I heard you came home for a bit. Where did you go? I'm going back to my parents' home. What? Jeffrey, it seemed you weren't in our apartment earlier. Where in the world were you? I went shopping 'cause my mom asked me to. She wanted me to buy lobster for a lavish dinner at night. I thought I sent you a message before I left, saying around what time I'd be at the apartment today. I think you even read it, so why'd you prioritize shopping? Well, it was a request from my mom. You could have told me you were going shopping, couldn't you? Why didn't you contact me until just now? Jeffrey was at a loss for words hearing my questions. He's always like this. He doesn't want to get involved in disputes, so he doesn't take anyone's side. He doesn't side with me, nor with my Mill. I guess this time, he listened to my nearby Mill and took me for granted. Maybe he thought I wasn't as quick-tempered as my Mill. But I'm not the kind of person who'd stay silent after being treated like this. I let out a big sigh. Hey, do you know what your mother told me? Huh? You told her to leave, right? She came over out of goodwill to help with household chores while you were gone. It was your mother who told me to get out. To be more specific, she said our son isn't yours, Jeffrey, and that there's no room for a daughter-in-law here, so she'd rent out a closet for $100 a month. She said a lot of awful things. Come on, adults wouldn't say things that terrible. You're exaggerating, right? My dad was there too, so he heard your mother's outrageous remarks. And I was right there listening too, you know. With 2 witnesses, you still believe what your mother says. It's not like that. Then what is it? Are you going to side with me and ask your mother to leave our apartment? You're going to kick out your mother. At my assertive tone, Jeffrey fell silent. He no longer intends to deny what I said, but he won't kick his mother out either. Despite his own child being questioned if he's from another man, Jeffrey doesn't seem to grasp the situation. I was dumbfounded by his ignorance. I get it. I'll leave then. So, both you and your mother better leave that room too. I'll start the termination process right away. What? Jeffrey exclaimed in shock from the other end of the phone. Did you forget? That apartment is under my name. By the way, haven't you told your mother that I earn more? She keeps telling me to quit working and just be a housewife. I was fed up with it, you know. How long do you intend to let your wife endure such verbal abuse? Wait, just wait. We finally got this high-rise apartment. Don't just terminate the lease like that. It's a waste. At this point, that's all you've got. You think after pushing out the landlord, which is me, you can continue living there. I didn't kick you out. You're letting your mother who kicked me out roam free, aren't you? That basically means you're allowing her to drive me and our child away. I'm not that generous to rent my place out to strangers. I ended the call. I was disgusted by Jeffrey's indecisiveness, failing to protect his family. If in the future the mill says something hurtful about our child, Thomas, I bet Jeffrey would just brush it off saying, "Come on, calm down. I don't need a man who can hurt his child. My job is flexible. I can work anywhere as long as I have my computer, and my income is stable. I can take care of Thomas by myself. Actually, I don't need Jeffrey, who doesn't even try for a promotion or study for a better qualification, and relies on my earnings. Even more so if it means dealing with that irritating Mill because of him. My dad dropped me at my parents' place and said he had somewhere to go. Likely to Jeffrey's dad. Mill doesn't seem to realize the mistake she made. She didn't even know that my father is also a business tycoon. Because my dad and Jeffrey's dad have a close connection through their roles as company CEOs. So, they introduced their daughter and son to each other, and as a result, Jeffrey and I got married. It seemed like my mother-in-law either had no interest or just wasn't informed, because she acted like she had no idea that my dad was a CEO too. But as a result, she belittled both me and my dad, and then reported it to Jeffrey's dad. Jeffrey's dad, unlike my Mill, is a sensible person, and not indecisive like Jeffrey. He can rightfully scold someone when they are wrong, like he did with my Mill. After a while, my dad came home and told me that Jeffrey's dad was as mad as a hornet at Jeffrey and my Mill. Upon hearing from my dad, Jeffrey's dad immediately summoned my Mill and Jeffrey. In front of my dad, he made her repeat the snide remark she'd made about me and gave her a piece of his mind. Witnessing this, Jeffrey shrunk back, trying to argue that he wasn't there at the time. But he was scolded for that being the wrong attitude in the first place. The next day, my father-in-law came to my family's home with a box of candies as an apology. However, I just couldn't feel like forgiving them, so I declined the candies and sent them away. During this time, I terminated the lease of our apartment. Since Jeffrey and my Mill need to leave the apartment by the end of the month, they both came back their family home. They kept apologizing, but I told them, you only started apologizing when you realized the situation was detrimental to you, and sent them away. At the same time, the Phil said because of the abusive language towards the daughter of the president of another company, the transaction may have ended. I don't need a wife who has no common sense like you. And it seems he's considering serving her divorce papers. Jeffrey, who was working at his dad's company, was told, we can't have someone without ambition here. If you don't show results in 3 months, either you'll be demoted, or I'll have to send you to a factory I know. So, it seems he's now studying hard to get a certification. However, since Jeffrey had been relying on my earnings, he's finding it hard to start his studies from scratch. I get frequent updates from my father-in-law about them. My Mill keeps pleading with him not to divorce her, not bothering to find a job, and hasn't even unpacked her belongings in the apartment. And Jeffrey, having difficulty with his studies, is now sobbingly seeking help from colleagues who already have certifications. I'm now contemplating handing Jeffrey divorce papers too, and have already filled out my section. When I called him, he answered within 3 rings. Hello, Ava. Are you coming back? Why would you say that? You need to leave by the end of the month, remember? There's no coming back in this situation. Did you really end the apartment lease? I was the one got kicked out, remember? I'm so sorry. Please, let's live together again. But don't you have that 3-month deadline? Either you'll be demoted or you'll have to change jobs. I don't want to spend any more money on you. I can't imagine living with you anymore. I'll leave the divorce papers with your dad. Fill out your part. Why divorce? I didn't kick you out. I sighed. It's true, it wasn't Jeffrey who kicked me out of the apartment. It was my mill. And it's not wrong for me to be angry that Jeffrey didn't stand up to my mill for me. But the main reason I believe I can't live with Jeffrey anymore lies elsewhere. You never once asked about the child, did you? Doe. Wondering what the child looks like, or what happens to a child who's been thrown out. Being told they're not your child. Before trying to get on my or your mother's good side, you should be worried about your child. Even when I told you I'd given birth, you seemed like you didn't care about the child. I can't feel any sense of responsibility from you as a father. That's why, thinking about raising a child together from now on is out of the question. What? Can't we ever go back? At his words, I hung up immediately. I don't need a father who doesn't care about the child at all. I handed the divorce papers to Phil as planned. After Jeffrey finished the divorce papers, they were handed to me from Phil, and I immediately submitted them to the city hall. In the end, the mill got a divorce, and Jeffrey seemed to have been transferred to a place similar to Nebraska, moving from one relative's house to another. Currently, with the support of my parents and others, I'm pouring a lot of love into Thomas.
She laughed. Do you seriously think you can alter my decision about the divorce? At counseling, I said, already have. When she discovered I'd accepted everything and included she takes the bills too, her decision altered quickly. I never imagined my wife of 9 years would look me in the eye and laugh at my pain, but there Jessica was, wine glass in hand, treating our marriage like a business transaction she was eager to close. The conversation that ended everything started on a Tuesday evening in our downtown Phoenix condo, the same place where we'd celebrated buying our first home together, planned our future, and where I'd stupidly believed we were building something permanent. Jessica had been different for months, distant, secretive, constantly checking her phone with the intensity of someone expecting life-changing news. I'd attributed it to work stress from her marketing firm, maybe some midlife reassessment since she'd just turned 35. I was wrong about everything. She'd spent the evening pacing around our living room, occasionally stopping to stare out at the city lights like she was rehearsing what she planned to say. I was reviewing client cybersecurity reports on my laptop when she finally sat down across from me with that expression I'd learned meant trouble. Ryan, we need to talk about our future, she said, setting down her wine with dramatic precision. I closed the laptop, giving her my full attention the way I always did. What's on your mind? That's when she delivered the rehearsed speech that shattered our 9 years together. She wanted a divorce, effective immediately, to pursue her authentic self and explore opportunities for genuine happiness that our marriage apparently prevented. The words came out polished and confident, like she'd practiced them in front of a mirror. But it was the casual way she discussed dividing our assets that really revealed her character. She wanted the condo, spousal support of $4,200 monthly for 5 years, and for me to continue paying her BMW lease because I need reliable transportation during this transition period. When I suggested we should each handle our own debts separately going forward, she agreed instantly, almost too quickly, with a smile that should have warned me something was wrong. That makes perfect sense, she said, practically glowing with satisfaction. Clean break, no entanglements. I spent that night on the couch, staring at the ceiling and trying to process how completely I'd misread our relationship. But Jessica's eagerness for debt separation nagged at me like an incorrectly configured firewall. Something wasn't adding up. As a cybersecurity consultant, I developed instincts for detecting hidden threats, and every alarm in my head was screaming. The next morning, while Jessica slept in, I did what any security professional would do. I investigated. Started with our joint accounts, then moved to credit monitoring, then performed a comprehensive financial audit that would make my CPA proud. What I discovered was beyond my worst nightmares, but also, ironically, the key to my salvation. Jessica had been living a completely secret financial life. 6 high-limit credit cards I'd never seen, all opened using my Sterling credit score as a cybersecurity consultant. Total debt, $78,000. The statements painted a picture of systematic deception spanning 11 months. Designer handbags worth $12,000. 3 luxury spa retreats totaling $8,500. Expensive dinners at restaurants I'd never been to, hotel charges for weekend trips I wasn't invited on, jewelry purchases that never made it onto her finger. The timeline was brutal. Every major purchase coincided with her girls' weekends or work conferences that I'd never questioned. But the most damning evidence was the merchant locations. Phoenix Art Gallery, the Phoenician Resort, expensive restaurants in Scottsdale, all places she'd been going with someone else. Someone she was funding with my credit. The pieces fell together with sickening clarity. Jessica hadn't fallen out of love with me. She'd found someone she thought was better and had been financing their relationship on my dime while planning her exit strategy. But in her rush to secure her dream settlement and eliminate any financial responsibility, she'd made one catastrophic error. Those credit cards were legally joint marital debt, regardless of who'd opened them or spent the money. Arizona's community property laws meant she couldn't just walk away from $78,000 in debt any more than I could walk away from the equity in our condo. Her insistence on handling debts separately suddenly made perfect sense. She'd been planning to stick me with her secret spending spree while taking everything of value. But community property worked both ways, and I was about to teach my soon-to-be ex-wife a lesson in financial responsibility that would make her rue the day she'd ever heard the word divorce. By the time we left, no agreement had been reached, and Jessica was facing the reality that her dream divorce had become her absolute worst nightmare. The divorce counseling session was supposed to be our final meeting, a civilized discussion of terms before filing the paperwork. Jessica arrived 20 minutes late, designer heels clicking against the tile floor like a countdown timer to my financial destruction. She'd brought her attorney, Mitchell Kane, a shark in a $3,000 suit who specialized in extracting maximum spousal support from successful men. I watched her whisper something to him while gesturing in my direction, probably pointing out that I looked defeated and broken, easy prey for their coordinated attack. What she didn't know was that I'd spent the last week strategizing with my own lawyer, Linda Park, who specialized in high-asset divorces and had a reputation for destroying gold diggers in court. Jessica settled into her chair with the confidence of someone who believed she held all the cards, shooting me that familiar condescending smile that used to make me feel small. "I hope you've had time to think about what we discussed," she said, her voice dripping with fake concern. "I know this is hard for you, but fighting me will only make things more expensive and painful for everyone." Mitchell Kane opened his leather portfolio with theatrical precision, probably hoping to intimidate me with his mere presence. Behind him through the office window, I could see Ethan waiting in his silver Porsche, scrolling through his phone like he was bored by the entire proceeding. The sight of him sitting there so casually, knowing he'd been sleeping with my wife for almost a year, should have filled me with rage. Instead, I felt oddly calm, like a chess player who'd finally figured out how to turn his opponent's strategy against them. "Let's review the terms Jessica proposed." Dr. Williams, our mediator, began reading from her notes. "Mrs. Foster retains full ownership of the marital residence, receives spousal support of $4,200 monthly for 5 years, and Mr. Foster continues the BMW lease payments through completion. Both parties handle their individual debts separately going forward." Jessica nodded eagerly, probably calculating her monthly budget in her head. With spousal support and no housing costs, she'd be living better after the divorce than she had during our marriage. "These terms seem reasonable," Mitchell Kane said, his voice carrying that lawyer smugness I'd learned to despise. "My client is being more than fair considering the emotional trauma of this situation." Jessica demanding everything while contributing nothing was apparently fair in their universe. "Ryan, Dr. Williams looked at me expectantly. Any concerns with the proposed settlement? I glanced at Linda Park, who gave me the slightest nod. Actually, I accept every single term Jessica proposed. The room went dead silent. Jessica's mouth actually fell open, her practiced composure cracking for the first time since she'd announced wanting a divorce. Mitchell Kane's pen stopped moving across his legal pad like someone had hit a pause button. "You accept everything?" Jessica asked, her voice climbing toward panic. "Just like that." "Just like that," I confirmed, watching her face cycle through confusion, suspicion, and dawning concern. "The condo, the spousal support, the car payments, all of it. You can have exactly what you asked for." Mitchell Kane leaned forward, probably sensing this was too easy. "Mr. Foster, are you certain? These terms heavily favor my client. Most men in your position would negotiate." "I'm not most men," I said, maintaining perfect eye contact with Jessica. "I believe my wife should get exactly what she deserves." Jessica was studying my face now, trying to figure out what angle I was playing. She knew me well enough to recognize that I never gave up without a fight, especially when money was involved. Her confidence was starting to waver like a stock price before a crash. "However," Linda Park said, opening her own portfolio, "we do need to address all marital debts as part of this settlement." "That's what we're doing," Jessica said quickly. "We each take our own debts. Clean and simple." "Unfortunately," Linda continued with professional precision, "Arizona community property law requires equitable division of all marital debts, regardless of which spouse incurred them." The color started draining from Jessica's face like someone had pulled a plug. "What does that mean exactly?" "It means," Linda said, producing a stack of credit reports and statements, "that Mrs. Foster must accept responsibility for her share of the 6 credit cards she opened during the marriage using Mr. Foster's credit profile." Jessica went completely white. Mitchell Kane grabbed the documents, his eyes widening as he scanned the numbers. $78,000 in undisclosed credit card debt, Linda announced to the room. All opened within the last 11 months using Mr. Foster's excellent credit rating for approval. "That's impossible," Jessica whispered, but her voice lacked conviction. She knew exactly what Linda was talking about, and the panic in her eyes confirmed everything I'd discovered during my financial audit. "I have the applications right here," Linda continued, spreading them across the conference table like evidence in a criminal trial. Each one lists Mr. Foster's income and credit score as qualifying factors. Under Arizona law, these debts were incurred during the marriage and are therefore community property, regardless of who spent the money or where it was spent. Mitchell Kane was frantically flipping through the papers, probably calculating how this revelation would affect his client's dream settlement. Jessica just sat there staring at the evidence of her own deception, looking like someone who just realized they'd been caught embezzling by their accountant. "So if Jessica wants the condo and spousal support," I said slowly, savoring every word, "she also gets $78,000 in credit card debt, along with all the accrued interest and penalties." The room was so quiet I could hear the air conditioning humming overhead. Jessica's perfect plan was disintegrating in real time, and everyone in the room could see it happening. "This is ridiculous," she finally managed, her voice shaking. "Ryan knew about these cards." "Did I?" I asked calmly. "Because I have documentation showing you actively hid these accounts from me. Different mailing addresses, paperless statements, emergency contacts listed as your sister instead of your husband. You're trying to sabotage me," she accused, desperation creeping into her voice. "I'm accepting your terms exactly as proposed. You wanted the assets and the support. You're getting them, along with the debts that made them possible." Jessica looked at Mitchell Kane desperately, silently begging him to find some legal loophole that would save her from the consequences of her own actions. But community property law was crystal clear, and her attorney knew it. "Perhaps we should reconsider the distribution of assets," Mitchell suggested weakly. "Maybe a more equitable approach would benefit both parties." "No," I said firmly. Jessica was very clear about what she wanted. She called my original proposal insulting to her intelligence and demanded I stop trying to control her through money. Well, she's getting exactly what she asked for. The session devolved from there. Jessica went from confident to panicked to absolutely livid in the span of 20 minutes, accusing everyone in the room of conspiring against her while Mitchell Kane tried damage control on a case that was imploding faster than a failed startup. By the time we left, no agreement had been reached, and Jessica was facing the reality that her dream divorce had become her absolute worst nightmare. The harassment campaign started within hours of the failed counseling session. My phone lit up like a Christmas tree with notifications, texts, missed calls, voicemails, Instagram messages, even LinkedIn connection requests from accounts I didn't recognize but suspected were Jessica using fake profiles. The desperation was immediate and overwhelming, like watching someone realize they'd bet their life savings on a losing lottery ticket. Ryan, please call me back. We need to talk about this rationally. There has to be a solution that works for both of us. That was message number 12 at 11:47 p.m., followed by increasingly frantic appeals that revealed just how completely she'd miscalculated her position. I forwarded everything to Linda Park, who was building a comprehensive file of Jessica's post-separation behavior that would serve us well if this went to trial. The next morning, she escalated to showing up at my cybersecurity firm during a client presentation. I was explaining network vulnerabilities to a Fortune 500 company when my assistant knocked on the conference room door with an expression that screamed emergency. "Mr. Foster, there's a Jessica Foster here claiming to be your wife. She says it's urgent and won't leave until she speaks with you." 20 executives from a potential $1 million contract turned to stare at me while Jessica's voice carried down the hallway, loud enough for everyone to hear her declare that I was having a mental breakdown and making irrational financial decisions that would hurt both of us. Professional humiliation was apparently her new strategy. I excused myself, found Jessica in the lobby looking absolutely manic, mascara slightly smudged like she'd been crying in her car, designer dress wrinkled from whatever dramatic gesture she'd made getting past security. "What are you doing here?" I asked quietly, acutely aware that half my colleagues were pretending not to watch from their cubicles. "You're not answering my calls. I know you're upset, but we can figure this out like adults. We tried that yesterday. You laughed at me, remember?" "I wasn't laughing at you. I was just surprised by how dramatic you were being." "Dramatic?" Like discovering $78,000 in secret debt was some kind of overreaction on my part. "Jessica, you need to leave. This is my workplace. Not until you agree to meet me for dinner so we can discuss this properly." She was using her public scene voice, the one designed to make me look unreasonable for not giving her what she wanted. 2 years ago, it would have worked. I would have agreed just to avoid the embarrassment. But watching her manipulate me in front of my colleagues clarified something important. This was who she really was underneath the charm. "Security?" I called to the front desk. "Mrs. Foster is leaving now." The mask slipped completely then. Pure fury replaced her fake concern as security approached, and I saw glimpses of the real Jessica that Ethan was about to discover for himself. As they escorted her out, she turned back with venom in her voice. "This isn't over, Ryan. You're making a huge mistake." But she was wrong. The mistake was trusting her for 9 years. The messages intensified after her workplace performance. Jessica recruited her sister Monica and her mother to join the pressure campaign, creating a 3-woman harassment squad that bombarded me from every angle. Monica called me vindictive and cruel for destroying Jessica's future over money. Jessica's mother left voicemails about how disappointed she was in my character, how she'd always thought I was better than this. The irony was spectacular. I was the villain for discovering Jessica's financial fraud, not Jessica for committing it. But the most desperate move was her fake medical emergency. Thursday night, Monica called claiming Jessica had been hospitalized after a panic attack brought on by financial stress. When I didn't immediately rush to her bedside, Jessica herself called from the hospital with a weak, trembling voice. "Ryan, I'm so scared. The doctor says stress could cause permanent damage to my heart. Please, can't we just go back to how things were?" I almost fell for it until I heard familiar background noise, the conversation and clinking glasses of a restaurant, not the sterile quiet of a hospital room. She was calling me from dinner, probably with Ethan, trying to manipulate me with fake medical drama. I hope you feel better soon, I said and hung up. That's when I knew Jessica would stop at nothing to avoid facing the consequences of her choices, and I realized I needed to document everything for the legal battle ahead. The final straw came when she attempted to seduce me at Romano's, our old anniversary spot. She'd texted asking to meet, just to talk, claiming she had something important to tell me about our relationship. I arrived to find her wearing the black dress I'd bought her for our last anniversary, the one she'd later worn on dates with Ethan according to the credit card receipts. She'd ordered wine and was sitting at our usual corner table, the same spot where we'd celebrated my promotion 2 years earlier when I'd stupidly believed we were building something together. You look good, she said as I sat down, her voice dropping to that throaty tone she used when she wanted something expensive. I've missed this, missed us. What did you want to talk about? I kept my voice neutral, watching her lean forward just enough to be suggestive without being obvious. I've been thinking about what happened in counseling. Maybe there's a way to work things out between us. She reached across the table to touch my hand, the same gesture she'd used countless times when asking for money. I realize I made some mistakes with those credit cards. Maybe we could figure out a payment plan together. A payment plan? She was still trying to make me responsible for debt she'd racked up while cheating on me. Jessica, those cards have Ethan's name all over the purchase history. Her hand froze on mine. I don't know what you mean. Phoenix Art Gallery, February 14th. The Phoenician Resort, March 20th. Expensive dinners at restaurants I've never been to. Should I keep going? She pulled her hand back like she'd been burned. You've been spying on me. I've been protecting myself from financial fraud. The seduction attempt died right there, replaced by cold calculation as she realized charm wouldn't work anymore. Fine, she said, her voice hardening. But if you try to stick me with debt that isn't mine, I'll make sure everyone knows what kind of man you really are. Everyone already knows what kind of man I am. The question is whether they know what kind of woman you are. I left her sitting there with the check and her threats, knowing that Ethan was about to learn exactly what $78,000 worth of secret debt meant for his future with my generous, authentic wife. What happened next exceeded even my worst expectations for how low Jessica would sink to avoid accountability. The false domestic violence report came first, filed at 2:17 a.m. on a Friday after what I later learned was another fight with Ethan about the debt situation. 2 police officers showed up at my apartment while I was working on a client's firewall upgrade, treating me like a dangerous criminal because Jessica had claimed I'd threatened her physically and was hiding assets to avoid paying support. Sir, we need you to come with us for questioning, Officer Martinez said, his hand resting casually on his weapon while his partner positioned himself between me and any potential escape route. The absurdity of it hit me immediately. I was being arrested based on the word of someone who'd been systematically defrauding me for months. At the station, I spent 4 hours in a windowless room explaining to Detective Rodriguez that the only thing I'd ever threatened Jessica with was legal consequences for her financial crimes. Fortunately, I had documentation for everything, recorded phone conversations where Jessica admitted to opening the cards, text messages where she demanded money, even security camera footage from my apartment building that proved I'd been home alone during the time she claimed I'd confronted her. Your wife seems pretty upset about these divorce proceedings, Detective Rodriguez observed, reviewing the evidence I'd provided. Upset people sometimes make poor decisions, I replied. Like filing false police reports to pressure their ex-husbands into giving them everything they want. The charges were dropped within 24 hours, but Jessica wasn't finished destroying her own credibility. Next came the IRS report, claiming I'd been hiding income and assets to avoid paying fair spousal support. She'd apparently told them I was running a secret consulting business and keeping cryptocurrency accounts offshore, which would have been impressive if any of it had been true. The federal audit that followed was actually helpful. It documented every penny of my legitimate income and proved I'd been reporting everything accurately for years. Meanwhile, Linda Park was conducting her own investigation into Jessica's activities, and what she discovered was absolutely devastating for my soon-to-be ex-wife's case. The private investigator Jessica hired to dig up dirt on me had found exactly nothing, which wasn't surprising since I'd lived my entire adult life like someone who expected to be audited eventually. But the investigator had also inadvertently uncovered evidence that Jessica had been embezzling small amounts from her marketing firm's client accounts, skimming maybe $200 to $300 per month for almost 2 years. She's been stealing from her employer? I asked Linda during our strategy meeting. Client retainer funds that were supposed to go into trust accounts. She'd been moving money through her personal accounts first, keeping the interest, sometimes delaying transfers by weeks. It's not huge amounts, but it's systematic and documented. The pattern was consistent with everything else. Jessica took whatever she wanted and expected other people to deal with the consequences. But her employer, Morrison and Associates, took financial fraud seriously enough to terminate her immediately and file their own criminal charges once Linda shared her findings with their legal department. Jessica's carefully constructed life was collapsing faster than a house of cards in a hurricane, and she was running out of people to blame. The break-in attempt at our condo happened on a Tuesday night while I was having dinner with Linda Park, reviewing final settlement documents. Jessica apparently believed I was hiding physical assets somewhere in the apartment and decided to retrieve them herself, not realizing that I'd had security cameras installed after her workplace visit. The footage was almost comical, Jessica using her old key, searching through closets and cabinets like a burglar in her own former home, clearly looking for something valuable enough to improve her negotiating position. She even checked the safe where I'd once kept important documents, not knowing I'd moved everything to a secure deposit box weeks earlier. When the police arrived, they found her in our bedroom, going through my financial files with the dedication of an IRS auditor. She claims she was retrieving her personal belongings, Officer Martinez told me over the phone. But she can't explain why her personal belongings were in your desk drawer and your filing cabinet. The breaking and entering charges were just the beginning. Linda had been building a comprehensive case that painted Jessica as someone willing to commit multiple crimes to avoid facing the financial consequences of her choices. But the most damaging revelation was still coming. Email recovery software had found deleted conversations between Jessica and Ethan dating back 11 months before she'd filed for divorce, proving the affair had been ongoing for almost our entire final year of marriage. She's been planning this divorce since last February, Linda explained, showing me printed emails where Jessica discussed exit strategies and maximizing settlement outcomes with her lover. This wasn't some spontaneous decision to find herself. This was a calculated financial plan that just went horribly wrong. The evidence was overwhelming. Jessica had spent months planning to leave me while simultaneously destroying our finances to fund her affair, all while pretending to be a loving wife who was simply struggling with personal growth issues. But in her arrogance and greed, she'd created a paper trail that would destroy any sympathy she might have received in divorce court. The courtroom on Judgment Day felt like the final scene of a financial thriller where all the accounting fraud finally comes to light. Jessica arrived dressed in a conservative navy suit, probably borrowed from her sister since her designer wardrobe had been repossessed along with most of her other luxury items. She'd traded her usual dramatic makeup for a subdued look that screamed innocent victim, but Judge Patricia Hawkins had seen every manipulation tactic in the book during her 20-year career handling high-asset divorces. I sat with Linda Park, our evidence organized in neat folders that painted a comprehensive picture of systematic financial abuse, while Jessica huddled with Mitchell Kane, who'd clearly realized his client had lied to him about pretty much everything and was now facing potential malpractice issues for filing motions based on false information. Your Honor, Mitchell began weakly, my client has been the victim of financial abuse throughout this marriage. Mr. Foster controlled all accounts and prevented Mrs. Foster from understanding their true financial situation. Judge Hawkins raised an eyebrow, already skeptical. Mr. Kane, I've reviewed the financial discovery your client provided. Are you claiming Mrs. Foster was unaware she was opening 6 separate credit accounts? She was coerced into those applications by her husband's financial pressure. Coerced? Linda stood up, producing the credit applications with Jessica's forged signatures. Your Honor, these applications list inflated income figures that Mrs. Foster provided herself. She claimed to make $95,000 annually when her actual income was $38,000. She also listed fake employment history at companies where she never worked. The judge examined the documents with the attention to detail that made her legendary among Phoenix divorce attorneys. Jessica was visibly sweating now, probably realizing that her courtroom strategy was collapsing faster than her marriage. Furthermore, Linda continued, Mrs. Foster used these fraudulent credit accounts to fund an extramarital affair that began 11 months before filing for divorce. We have recovered emails discussing exit strategies and asset maximization with her paramour, proving this divorce was premeditated financial planning, not emotional distress. Your Honor, those emails are taken out of context, Mitchell protested, but his heart wasn't in it anymore. Judge Hawkins was studying Jessica like a forensic accountant reviewing suspicious transactions. Mrs. Foster, did you or did you not tell your husband that you wanted to handle debts separately in the settlement? Yes, but I didn't understand the legal implications. You didn't understand that debt belongs to whoever created it? Jessica's voice got smaller. I thought we could work something out. You thought you could stick your husband with $78,000 in debt while you took all the assets. Is that correct? The silence stretched for what felt like an eternity. Jessica's entire legal strategy had been based on hiding her financial crimes and playing the victim, but Judge Hawkins had dealt with enough financial predators to recognize the pattern immediately. Your Honor, Linda said, producing another folder, there's also the matter of Mrs. Foster's embezzlement from her former employer, Morrison and Associates. She systematically diverted client funds through her personal accounts, stealing approximately $12,000 over 18 months. Mitchell Kane looked like he wanted to disappear into his chair cushions. Jessica went from pale to gray, probably realizing that her criminal behavior had been documented by multiple sources and was now part of the public record. Mrs. Foster also filed false domestic violence charges and made fraudulent reports to the Internal Revenue Service, Linda continued methodically. Additionally, she broke into the marital residence and attempted to steal financial documents while criminal charges were pending. Judge Hawkins had heard enough. Her ruling was swift and absolutely devastating for Jessica's dreams of financial freedom. The downtown Phoenix condo, which my grandmother had left me before the marriage, was ruled separate property that Jessica had no claim to. No spousal support because the marriage had been dissolved due to adultery and financial fraud. Jessica was responsible for 100% of the $78,000 credit card debt, plus accrued interest and penalties that brought the total to nearly $95,000. She was also ordered to pay both legal fees, which had reached $45,000 after months of her frivolous motions and harassment campaigns. Furthermore, Judge Hawkins announced, Mrs. Foster will be referred to the district attorney for criminal prosecution of fraud, embezzlement, filing false police reports, and contempt of court. The gavel came down with finality that echoed through the courtroom. Jessica had entered expecting to walk away with $500,000 in assets and monthly support payments. Instead, she was leaving with six-figure debt, criminal charges, and a restraining order after she'd screamed at Linda Park about corrupt lawyers protecting abusive husbands. The bailiff had to escort her out while she ranted about conspiracy and injustice, her voice carrying down the courthouse hallway like a defeated politician refusing to concede an election. Mitchell Kane apologized to Linda privately, admitting he'd been misled about the basic facts of the case and would be withdrawing from representing Jessica in any future legal matters. Outside the courthouse, I felt something I hadn't experienced in months: complete peace. The woman who'd spent 3 years making me feel like I wasn't enough had just learned that actions have consequences, and her consequences were going to last for decades. Jessica's spectacular downfall accelerated faster than a cybersecurity breach once the criminal charges became public record. Morrison and Associates terminated her employment immediately, not just for the embezzlement but because having a criminally charged employee violated their professional insurance policies. Her $82,000 marketing salary vanished overnight, replaced by unemployment benefits that barely covered her new studio apartment rent in a neighborhood where gunshots were more common than garbage trucks. I heard about her living situation through mutual friends who were torn between sympathy and schadenfreude. The luxury downtown lifestyle had been replaced by a 400-square-foot box in South Phoenix with paper-thin walls and a parking lot full of cars held together with duct tape and hope. The woman who'd once refused to shop anywhere but Whole Foods was now clipping coupons and buying generic cereal at Food for Less. But Jessica wasn't going quietly into financial responsibility. She launched a crowdfunding campaign claiming to be a victim of judicial corruption and an abusive ex-husband who'd manipulated the legal system. "Help me rebuild after escaping financial abuse," read her GoFundMe description, which raised exactly $347 from people who didn't know the real story. Her Instagram transformed from luxury lifestyle posts to bitter inspirational quotes about toxic men and corrupt lawyers, punctuated by obvious hints about needing financial assistance. "Some people will destroy you rather than let you be happy," she posted alongside a photo of herself looking deliberately fragile in her tiny apartment. The comments section became a battlefield between people who believed her victim narrative and others who'd figured out she was the actual problem. The coffee shop job lasted 3 weeks. Apparently, Jessica had difficulty accepting that customer service meant being polite to people who made less money than her former shoe budget. Her manager, a college student named Trevor, fired her after she was caught on camera pocketing tips from the communal jar and treating customers like peasants who should be grateful for her presence. But the most satisfying revelation came when Ethan's wife discovered the affair and served Jessica with a civil lawsuit for alienation of affection. Apparently, Mrs. Elizabeth Hartwell had hired her own private investigator after noticing unusual charges on her husband's accounts, and the evidence was absolutely damning. Hotel receipts, restaurant bills, jewelry purchases, all funded by Ethan's corporate account while Jessica was simultaneously draining my credit cards to maintain their lifestyle. The lawsuit sought $200,000 in damages for emotional distress and loss of consortium, effectively meaning Jessica was now facing financial ruin from multiple directions simultaneously. Elizabeth Hartwell was old Phoenix money with connections that made her a formidable opponent, and she'd apparently decided that making an example of Jessica was worth whatever legal fees it would cost. Jessica tried selling my belongings that she'd taken during the separation, which led to additional theft charges when I reported my missing electronics and watch collection. The pawn shop owner had security footage of her claiming the items belonged to her deceased husband, which was both pathetic and criminally stupid since I was obviously still alive and had receipts for everything. Her family finally turned against her when the full scope of her behavior became public knowledge. Monica, who'd spent months calling me vindictive, publicly apologized on Facebook after learning about the embezzlement and false police reports. "I believed my sister's lies about Ryan being controlling," she posted. "The truth is that Jessica has been lying to everyone, including our family, about what really happened in their marriage." Even Jessica's mother, who'd left me voicemails about disappointing her, sent a handwritten letter apologizing for her daughter's behavior and thanking me for not pressing additional charges that could have sent Jessica to prison. The social media spiral was absolutely brutal to watch. Jessica's posts became increasingly desperate and incoherent, alternating between victim narratives and thinly veiled threats against everyone who'd contributed to her downfall. She blamed me, Linda Park, Judge Hawkins, Morrison and Associates, Elizabeth Hartwell, and even Ethan for abandoning her when she needed support most. But the most delicious irony was watching her beg for money from the same friends she'd patronized when she was living high on my credit. Ashley, who'd once admired Jessica's designer lifestyle, posted screenshots of Jessica asking to borrow $50 for groceries with the caption, "This is the same person who used to lecture me about settling for men who couldn't afford 5-star restaurants." By winter, Jessica had moved in with a roommate named Crystal, a single mother working 2 jobs who had no patience for Jessica's entitled attitude and expensive tastes. Crystal lasted 6 weeks before posting a Craigslist ad looking for a replacement roommate, citing financial irresponsibility and princess syndrome as deal breakers. The final blow came when Jessica's probation officer discovered she'd been lying about her employment status and living situation on official court documents, leading to additional charges for contempt and perjury that extended her legal troubles indefinitely. While Jessica's life imploded in spectacular fashion, mine flourished in ways I'd never imagined possible during our marriage. The promotion to senior cybersecurity consultant came with a $35,000 raise and the respect of colleagues who'd watched me handle my personal crisis with professionalism that impressed even the most hardened corporate executives. My reputation in the industry actually improved after word spread about how I'd documented and exposed Jessica's financial fraud. Other executives started consulting me about protecting their companies from similar internal threats. The house in Scottsdale came 6 months after the divorce was finalized, a beautiful 4-bedroom property with a pool and mountain views that represented everything Jessica had claimed to want but had been too impatient to build together legitimately. I furnished it slowly and thoughtfully, choosing pieces that reflected my actual taste rather than whatever Instagram influencer Jessica was copying that month. For the first time in years, my home felt peaceful instead of like a staging area for someone else's social media performance. But the real transformation was meeting Sarah Chin, a financial advisor who specialized in helping divorced professionals rebuild their wealth after asset division disasters. We met at a networking event for Phoenix financial professionals, and what struck me immediately was how she asked intelligent questions about market trends instead of probing about my income potential. She drove a sensible Honda, paid for her own dinner, and had built a successful practice helping people make smart long-term decisions instead of chasing get-rich-quick schemes. I heard about your divorce through professional circles, she admitted during our third date. The way you protected yourself from financial fraud while maintaining your integrity impressed a lot of people in our industry. We took things slowly, probably because we'd both learned the difference between someone who wanted to be with you and someone who wanted what you could provide. Sarah had her own successful business, her own investment portfolio, her own goals that didn't require me to fund them. When she stayed over, she brought groceries and insisted on cooking together instead of expecting to be taken to expensive restaurants. The contrast with Jessica was so stark it felt like dating someone from a different species entirely. Our conversations were about books, travel plans we could both afford, market analysis, and shared interests that didn't cost money to enjoy. Sarah laughed at my cybersecurity jokes, asked thoughtful questions about my work projects, and never once suggested I wasn't ambitious enough or successful enough for her standards. The first time she met my parents, she brought them a thoughtful gift she'd chosen herself and paid for with her own money, then spent the evening asking my father about his mechanical work and my mother about her postal service stories with genuine interest instead of barely concealed condescension. She's completely different from Jessica, my mother observed privately. She actually seems to like you for who you are instead of what you can do for her. Meanwhile, Jessica's situation continued deteriorating in ways that would have been comedic if they weren't so predictable. The community service requirement meant she spent weekends picking up trash on Phoenix highways wearing an orange vest that photographed poorly for her Instagram attempts at image rehabilitation. Her debt payments, structured over 22 years at minimum wage, essentially guaranteed she'd be financially struggling well into her 50s. The criminal record made finding decent employment nearly impossible, limiting her to retail and food service positions where background checks weren't thorough. But Jessica's desperation reached peak pathetic when she showed up at my housewarming party uninvited, apparently having learned about it through mutual friends who'd foolishly mentioned it on social media. Sarah and I were entertaining colleagues and neighbors when the doorbell rang at 8:47 p.m., revealing Jessica standing there in a dress that had seen better days, holding a bottle of gas station wine like it was a peace offering. "Ryan, I know this is awkward, but I really need to talk to you," she said, trying to peer around me to see inside my new house. "Can we please have 5 minutes? Just to clear the air between us." The desperation in her voice was palpable, but what struck me most was how small she looked standing on my doorstep. The confidence and entitlement that had once made her seem larger than life had been replaced by the hunched posture of someone who'd learned that actions have lasting consequences. "This is a private party, Jessica. You weren't invited." "I know, but I thought maybe we could move past all the legal stuff and try to be civil. I've learned a lot about myself these past months." Sarah appeared beside me then, slipping her arm through mine with the natural comfort of someone who belonged there. "Is everything okay?" she asked, though her tone suggested she knew exactly who was standing at our door. Jessica's eyes widened as she took in Sarah's obvious place in my life, the easy intimacy between us, the beautiful home that represented everything Jessica had demanded but lost through her own greed. "You must be Sarah," Jessica said with fake sweetness that didn't mask her desperation. "I'm Jessica, Ryan's ex-wife." I was hoping we could all be adults about this situation. Adults don't show up uninvited to their ex-husband's private parties, Sarah replied calmly. Adults respect boundaries and restraining orders. The restraining order. Jessica had forgotten about that legal detail in her desperation to somehow insert herself back into my improved life. Within minutes, squad cars were pulling into my driveway while my guests watched through the windows as Jessica was arrested for violating a court order, her gas station wine bottle rolling across my front lawn like a symbol of how far she'd fallen. The last I heard, Jessica was working 3 part-time jobs, morning shifts at a discount grocery store, afternoon hours at a chain restaurant, and weekend cleaning services for people who made less in a year than she used to spend on handbags. Her social media accounts had gone private after too many people started sharing screenshots of her bitter posts about corrupt legal systems and vindictive ex-husbands. Some mutual acquaintances reported seeing her at Walmart buying generic products and using manufacturer coupons, a sight that would have been unthinkable during our marriage when she'd insisted that shopping at discount stores was beneath her dignity. But the most fitting end to her story came when other Morrison & Associates clients discovered the embezzlement pattern and filed additional civil lawsuits. Apparently, Jessica had been skimming from multiple accounts over her entire employment period, and the total damages exceeded $47,000 once all victims came forward. The repayment schedule, combined with her existing debt obligations, meant she'd be making minimum payments for the rest of her working life while living in subsidized housing and clipping coupons for groceries. Sarah and I got engaged 18 months after the divorce was finalized, not because we needed to prove anything to anyone, but because we'd built something genuine together based on mutual respect and shared values. The ring I bought her was beautiful but practical, chosen together after discussing our joint financial goals like the responsible adults we both were. Our wedding was small and elegant, paid for equally by both families, with guests who actually wanted to celebrate our happiness instead of Jessica's former crowd who'd attended events primarily for networking opportunities and free champagne. As I write this, Sarah and I are planning to start a family in the house we're both proud to call home, building wealth together through smart investments instead of funding someone else's fantasy lifestyle. Jessica's name rarely comes up in conversation anymore, and when it does, it's usually as a cautionary tale about the importance of financial transparency in relationships. The woman who once laughed at my suggestion that she should contribute equally to our partnership learned too late that genuine partners don't keep score, they work together toward shared goals with mutual respect and trust.